with Zalina, and she said, you guys are so involved, really taking care of each other, asking, how did you sleep? So I want to ask you all, how was the night? How was it? Restful? Yeah? Some people maybe were tossing and turning after all the presentations from yesterday, what the evidence was showing us, the team from IRC, leaving it there. So, wonderful morning. I think we're feeling refreshed, relaxed, a little bit at ease today than yesterday, yeah? Yesterday was a packed day, but kudos to the team for putting a wonderful event. I think we need to give them a good round of applause. It's the first time for the IRC team, the IKEA Foundation, and the World Bank to work together, but you can see what a wonderful match, isn't it? Yes. I want to just share some really interesting statistics from the participation from yesterday's event, yeah? We had more than 130 people participating in person. Well done. We had more than 400 views on YouTube, and we had more than 240 members on LinkedIn. Well done, team. So I was saying to colleagues, for a first event, nearly 1,000 people, it goes to show the interest, honestly, colleagues, the interest in this kind of dialogue, the interest in bringing together researchers and policymakers. We are going to just take a few minutes for some reflections. I really want people to participate. I will go through a little bit in terms of how today is structured. There were some sentiments yesterday, some feedback that maybe we spent a bit too much time presenting, not enough time for questions, not enough time for dialogue. So we have taken those sentiments into consideration. So we are going to be a little bit more interactive today, a lot more questions, a lot more dialogue, and really putting ourselves on the spot in terms of questions and responses, yeah? Also yesterday, we were really asking, what are the key things? I think Caroline, if Caroline is here, she kept on asking, so what? What next? With all this presentation, with all this evidence, so what? This is the question even from the Lord Mayor from Kampala yesterday. He was like, what is the guidance? What exactly are you saying to me? What is it that I am taking away? So today we want to be more deliberate on that. There are going to be some sticky notes, Belinda and Patience. I think somebody's going to be putting some sticky notes on our tables. So as the day progresses, please put your reflections on those sticky notes, and then in the afternoon, when Patience is taking us through the policymakers' reflection session, we will then be able to call on those, yeah? So please jot down, and then I think the team, Irene and team, will be taking those and putting them on some kind of a board somewhere on the room. Yeah, there were also colleagues who really expressed interest in the papers that were shared, in the PowerPoint presentations that were made. So I just want to give you some reassurance. We have colleagues in the room who are capturing the conversations, the questions, and we are going to put together a symposium report. We are also going to share the papers. They will be on our website. And then we are also going to share the PowerPoint presentations, yeah? I'm sure Belinda will give us a time frame in terms of when can we expect the symposium report. At this point, we also have questions from colleagues joining us online. I think Belinda and team, they are team members who are attending to questions that are coming from colleagues participating online. If there are any challenges, I think, David, you can just give us a heads up and we can make sure that those questions are being responded to. So at this point in time, I would like to invite quick reflections from the audience in terms of what we heard yesterday from the keynote speakers, from the panelists. We had Kerry's panel, we had the panel led by Rufus, we had the panel led by Belinda, and then we had the panel led by Caroline. So just quick reflections from the team. Maybe we can just get 2 from this side and then 2 from that side. Just quick ones. You know, I used to be a teacher in my previous life. So you know what teachers do, they'll pick on people, particularly those what we call the star students. So yeah, key reflections from anyone on the evidence, maybe? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Go ahead. Who's helping with the mic?
Okay. Can you hear me? No. It's fine?
It's fine.
No, it's fine. Okay. Just 2 points, short points. I think the first reflection that I have is the question from Caroline. So what? I think a lot of discussion, usually when you leave the room, it somehow withers away. So if we focus also on the so what, I think that's my main takeaway. The second one is not to be afraid of failure. I wouldn't call it a failure. Sometimes when things don't work, we will find a way to make it work. That's also why research is needed. Not to expand on what doesn't work. If a government wants to try out something, the research shows not this way. Let's do it in a better way, or let's do more research. So failure shouldn't be considered as something that we avoid, but we can talk about it proudly. It's not a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radiate, for that. Sometimes I say, can we celebrate failure? And my colleagues, Brian, frowns and says, ah! But it's true, when you are learning, you can only learn if you are failing, isn't it? Then you know how to do something better. Maybe the word failure is what people have challenges with. We can call it a lesson. Yeah? Go ahead. I see, Godwin, your hand is up.
I'll go to Godwin.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Peter Ndagara from Equity Group Foundation. First and foremost, I would want to take the opportunity for this symposium, and more importantly, to IRC Rebuild. We've been doing an evidence program proof of concept targeting urban refugees, organizing what we call urban savings and loans association. Some of them will call them feeding savings loans association, wherever they are based. And from whatever we've been able to gather for the last 1.5 years, refugees are lendable. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. Group lending methodology works very well. There's high demand for credit to the displaced population. These are the refugees. In comparison to the host community, I've seen a significant uptick of loans from the refugee communities in comparison to the host community. In regards to repayment, refugees have demonstrated a very interesting repayment rate, and loan guarantee or risk-sharing facilities incentivize a private sector to extend credit. So for me, this symposium came at the right time just to showcase what is working, and we can further the conversation how we holistically include the refugees. Thank you.
Priscilla, you had said 2 from this side. Can I take just 2 more from this side and then?
All right.
Thank you. Godwin Gumisiriza from KCCA. I also learned yesterday, in addition to what has been said, that what works well in one situation may not necessarily be the same in a different area. We have to learn that, yes, mentorship in one area, for instance, is doing well. It is not necessarily the same in a different situation. So we need to apply what works well, and we learn from what does not work well so that we avoid making mistakes. But I also learned that this one-time research may not be enough for us to generalize. Maybe we may need to carry on with more studies in future to see whatever other improvements there may be.
To take a reflection from a lady, and then to balance the dynamics in
Thank you very much. My name is Edith Tusubira. I work as Executive Director, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. What was intriguing for me yesterday was the question from a lady in the corner who said, is that good or bad? And of course, we have had a lot of some vices in the area of microfinance. While the positives are also good, there are many. We have issues on debt management, especially in the area of microfinance. Now, I just want to use this opportunity just to inform that in Uganda, we are working on improving the regulatory space in the area of microfinance. For the refugees, what we can promise is that we now have what we call the loan shop, where there will be increasing opportunity for them to choose at what interest rate they will pick date. We are also developing a credit information management system where we are going to connect a lender with the borrower so that they can be able to make informed choices as well. If a lender is able to understand the space in which they are operating better, then it gives them an opportunity to also lend from an informed point of the view, while the borrower increases chance of understanding what they are borrowing for. So the refugees, what we can say, we just need them to continuously engage us as Uganda Microfinance, and its own systems. You get in there, if you have a problem as a refugee, you'll be able to complain, and then we shall hear you. We have resolved more than 1,000 complaints of the system. Of course, it's still work in progress. There's lots and lots of things to improve upon. But what I can promise the person who is worried about whether refugees can manage debt, we are continuing to improve our systems in the country. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think we should be moving to that side. Belinda.
We can listen to the lady here and then I'll take this.
Thank you. I realized that for us to reach self-reliance and resilience of refugees, government, private sector, and partners have to work together. And most importantly, we should make refugees themselves participate in every decision-making that affects them, because there's nothing for them without them.
Thank you so much. Any reflections from that side?
Thank you. I'm Joseph Irumba from Arts Foundation. One of the thing that's, apart from the above, everything that is said, I'll add something very small. The geographical barriers, geographical and legal barriers that long when we are dealing with the refugee space, yeah. One of the things that I resonated with yesterday was that you may find that the digital economy can be one of the solutions to that, yeah? If it is given the space and we have something to overcome the legal and geographical barriers so that the youth, especially the refugees, will be able to trade, to do something for themselves. That is, if the digital economy and the skills are enhanced. It can be one of the things that can trade off a lot of digital marketing, everything. It can be something that can enhance the soft skills that the refugees might need.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, one last hand. I think there was a hand.
Good morning. My name is Esther from Nkomoko. What I learned yesterday is that in Kenya, both refugees and the host community suffer almost equally when it comes to paying for tea because of kanjo harassment. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I see a burning hand. I do want to invite a special guest to actually respond to the paper from yesterday. Go ahead, I think the colleague there.
Thank you. This is Dan Hudner with Mercy Corps. And I won't echo everything everybody else has said, but I really appreciated seeing the research particularly focusing on the challenges and not just sort of, saying these are the high-level successes, but the subgroup analyses to show our programs are not always working for everybody, and we need to understand why. The one piece I wanted to add or maybe suggest in future years, we're talking a lot about employment and engagement with the larger market system. And personally, I'd love to see kind of private sector actors, businesses that are in a space to engage with refugees, whether as their producers with microenterprises or as employers, and hear their perspective as well. I think that's a really critical one in addition to everybody else who's here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for those reflections. And the issue around private sector. I am not sure if the team from Amahoro is here, but they do have some, interaction, the round table. So in subsequent symposia, that would be a good, suggestion and a good way to bring private sector into this discussion. So yesterday, I felt that we didn't do enough justice to Rufus's panel in terms of responses to some of the issues that were highlighted. In particular, the paper by Jack Macau, where he was telling us about the different social permits. I'd rather pay for the tea. Unfortunately, yesterday, our colleagues from Nairobi City County were in another engagement, and they were not here to be able to share a little bit in terms of their own reflections on that particular research. So today we are delighted that we do have Daniel Ngare, who is a dear colleague and a partner to the Rebuild program. He is with us here today. He was part and parcel of the team that worked with Jack on that particular research. So I want to give just 5 minutes to Daniel to share and say a few words about the perspectives from the Nairobi City County on that particular research. Daniel, you're most welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Priscilla. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. 5 minutes is too long for what I want to say. But basically, yeah, I was not in yesterday because of other engagements. We did the research, but actually the research was done by young refugees in Nairobi. They were the people who went out gathering information about the cost of doing business in the city. Our response as a county is that we are listening to them, and we are coming up with strategies that are aimed at addressing some of those issues. And some of those issues include, how do you do business in Nairobi? How is the county responding, or the government responding into issues that are kind of harassment or the cost of a refugee acquiring a permit in Nairobi? So far, because we started this program about 3-4 years ago with IRC, we've managed to ensure that in our system, the refugees can apply direct for a permit, a business license. Also, we are in the process of ensuring that when and once we build a market, there is a certain area or a certain space that will be allocated to the refugees. So we are in the process of coming up with a strategy as a county, which is almost at, it is at the cabinet level. We forwarded it to the cabinet, the cabinet are looking at it. Once they approve, which might be next week, usually we have cabinet on Tuesdays. We are going to publish that one, and most of those areas or issues that are in that paper will be addressed formally. But there is also something that they said, that yes, getting permit is one thing, but the practicality on the ground is now another issue. So using that strategy, we'll be sensitizing our officers so that we see refugees as also other investors, not people who are coming to invade in our space. Because according to some of the residents and also some of the officers, refugees, for them, they think that they have come to eat into their business space. So this is something that is bigger than only just the government in quote, but also involving also the residents. So thank you for that. In case there is another, I'm ready to answer. I will be here the whole day.
Thank you so much, Daniel. At least I think some people are finding comfort from what you have said, and great that you'll be here throughout the day to answer any questions around refugees, access to permits, the process, and of course, some realities, yeah? So we can have a lot of discussion around tea and as the day progresses, yeah? I hope I'm doing good on time. Yesterday, we had some remarks from a representative from the government of Kenya. Today, we have an opportunity to hear also remarks from colleagues who have traveled all the way from Ethiopia and Uganda. So at this point in time, please allow me to invite to the podium Mr. Mekasha, who is with the Refugee and Returnee Services from the government of Ethiopia. You are most welcome. I thought you were sitting on that side yesterday. Yeah. Great.
Good morning. Indeed, it's a great pleasure for the government of Ethiopia to address a keynote speech at this very important session in the presence of donors, the private sector representatives, the humanitarian and development partners, researchers, and every participant from different sectors. So my name is Antena. I'm the team leader for the Jobs and Livelihood team at RRS. So I would like to thank the organizers. And as you know, Ethiopia stands as the third largest refugee hosting country in Africa, hosting over 1 million refugees. Mostly they are from South Sudan, Somalia, Eritrea, and Sudan. Even at this time, the country is receiving thousands of refugees at several entry points. The government of Ethiopia, in close collaboration with diverse range of stakeholders, has made remarkable strides in helping refugees to live and build better futures by transforming groundbreaking commitments into tangible outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, improving livelihood through economic inclusion is vital in achieving effective protection and solution for refugees. To promote refugee inclusion within the National Socio-Economic Development Agenda, the government of Ethiopia has taken significant steps to create an enabling environment by endorsing a progressive refugee proclamation. This proclamation facilitates greater freedom of movement and enhances the socio-economic inclusion of refugees. As part of creating enabling environment by expanding the whole of government approach and ensuring local ownership to promote the socio-economic integration of refugees. RRS has partners with line ministries to fulfill Ethiopia's commitments made during the 2016 New York Leaders Summit and the Global Refugee Forums in 2019 and 2023. Our focus is on enhancing refugee self-reliance and their integration into Ethiopia's labor market, facilitating their participation in employment pathways through close coordination and cooperation. In alignment with this initiative, RRS has adopted a new directive to implement the rights of recognized refugees and asylum seekers to work. This has enabled the issuance of work permit, resident permits, tax identification numbers, and business license for over 11,000 refugees, granting them to self-employment and wage-earning employment opportunities. RRS asserts that providing access to durable solutions for refugees cannot be achieved by the government or humanitarian and development partners. It requires the engagement of a broad range of stakeholders, including the private sector, academia, and the leveraging of the strategic positions of various actors. To improve the inclusion of refugees within the national system, RRS, in collaboration with National ID Program and UNHCR, has initiated the issuance of digital IDs with a FIDA number. This initiative enables around 11,545 refugees to access essential services and enhances their access to financial service, allowing them to participate in financial transactions. To provide employment opportunities for vulnerable refugee groups, the government has also established social protection initiatives, including the Urban Productive Safety Nets and Jobs Program, which is financed by the World Bank, benefiting more than 95,000 refugees, including supporting refugees in joining the labor market. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, effective policy decisions rely on a solid foundation of evidence and experts' insights. Researchers play a crucial role in this process by generating rigorous and reliable knowledge through their scholarly work. Their insights are invaluable to policymakers. The research findings on access to finance, micro-enterprise, social protection, jobs and skills development, and access to justice and legal identity for refugees can significantly enhance our policy formulation and practical implementation. These findings will provide a range of recommendations and action areas aimed at advancing the socio-economic inclusion of refugees. To improve the well-being of refugees, research and policy symposiums like this one are essential. The RRS firmly believes that organizing such symposiums create a platform for exchanging ideas and research findings between policymakers and researchers. This facilitates meaningful discussion with stakeholders and documents valuable lessons learned. We are confident that this research and policy symposium will foster productive dialogues and capture crucial insights. Finally, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the International Rescue Committee Rebuild Program, the IKEA Foundation, and the World Bank for bringing us together for this important research and policy symposium. I am certain that the insights we gain here will be invaluable in empowering us to strengthen our efforts in promoting self-reliance for both refugee and host communities. Together, let's make the most of this platform to share our practical experience and learn from one another. I thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I loved the emphasis on the importance of the symposia and subsequent symposia. Thank you so much. Let me take this time to invite a vibrant man. I think we really heard his thought-provoking questions yesterday. I want to invite a dear colleague from the Office of the Prime Minister in Uganda, the Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Patrick Okello. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, and esteemed guests, I want to salute the governments of Ethiopia, Kenya and Uganda, International Rescue Committee, UNHCR, ILO, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, IKEA, the World Bank, researchers, and the conveners of this research and policy symposium, and all of you. It is a real honor and great pleasure to join you today. The refugees question is a global challenge in which high-quality research, critical analysis, and informed debate are more important than ever. Research enhances collaborations across all important initiatives and expands the knowledge base and sharing of best practices. The current policies must be grounded in research and should be tailored to effectively address the challenges faced by refugees. Hence, our goal is not just to bridge the gap between research and policy, but to facilitate the implementation of strategies that are both effective and evidence-based. I am particularly grateful for the role that research plays in advancing knowledge, engagement, and transforming refugees in our countries. Rigorous research, ladies and gentlemen, provides an essential evidence base for protection and the rights-based policies. We are all acutely aware of the significant and unprecedented challenges globally affecting refugees. These include the vast scale of displacement in many parts of the world, with refugee numbers doubling since the New York Declaration in 2016. Yet the responsibility sharing remains alarmingly uneven. 3 out of every 4 refugees are hosted in low and middle-income countries. And these anomalies near their countries of origin. I want to pause here and say that Uganda, being the largest host in the region, hosts mainly refugees from the East African community. And this is a challenge for all of us to ponder upon, that how do you treat these refugees who are from the community? Are they citizens, or we should continue treating them as refugees? And now this is where the government of Kenya should learn from us. If these are citizens, and under the protocol, there is a provision for free movement of citizens, goods, and services, do you still have to keep them in camps, or you should let them move freely to access services? We are also witnessing a troubling erosion of respect for international legal standards, including but not limited to international refugee law. Breaches of international humanitarian standards in the recent past have been particularly egregious. We have observed some states taking restrictive approaches to international protection criteria, or implementing or trying to implement unlawful externalization policies involving attempts to shift responsibility for their protection obligations to other countries. These repeated breaches of a cardinal principle of international law are a matter of serious concern to researchers. Unfortunately, throughout our research here, I've not heard a lot being spoken about protection. And I think that is what the Lord Mayor of Kampala was trying to ask, that so now from here, so what next? In mixed movements, we also often see particular obstacles to protection. Many refugees move alongside migrants using dangerous irregular routes in the absence of legal pathways for various reasons. We see people resorting to asylum channels, including many without a basis for their claim. This congests asylum systems, creates delays for refugees waiting to have their status determined, and in turn, this can negatively impact the efficiency of asylum system and public and political support for refugees, as well as for migrants. Funding for refugees continues to be a challenge and puts a lot of strain and pressure on the budgets and the meager resources for the host countries. And the question for the World Bank is, where would countries like Uganda, who are hosting refugees, and knowing very well that these refugees are coming from other countries and not from Uganda, why should we be borrowing and paying interest on loans that have been secured to support programs towards managing interventions geared towards the protection of refugees? The question would be, where would I borrow from my neighbor? And I think the debate and the focus today should be, as informed by research, that for the countries that are hosting huge numbers, for the cities like Kampala, which are hosting huge numbers, they should be given grants by the World Bank and very good concessions for the host communities in order to balance the equation. Of course, the World Bank will tell you our work is to look for profit and to look for interest. But on humanitarian matters, profit and interests are not primarily the key focus. It's really a matter of human concern that certain considerations are put on table so that you exempt us from paying loans for looking after your people. Other practical and operational challenges to refugee issues that must be addressed through research include obstacles hindering humanitarian access. Worldwide, we see growing funding pressure on humanitarian budgets, leaving protection and assistance massively unfunded in many situations. This is notably evident for so-called forgotten emergencies, which are not in media headlines, and as stark example of today, the refugee response plan, for instance, for Sudan, in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, is funded to less than 10%. And even where the 10% is, it's difficult to determine. Most of the money is going to technical support. So at times it's very difficult to define what technical support is. Adding to the complexity of the movement of both within and across borders, climate change impacts are also increasingly contributing to displacement, sometimes giving rise to international protection needs, particularly where they cause or exacerbate conflict, violence, and human rights violations. To salvage the situation, we need new tools anchored in principles which can be effectively implemented in practice. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reflect on the research aspects and how research has mobilized states and others in novel ways. As we all know, states have the first and last obligation to ensure transformation of the lives of refugees. States have been mobilized through the GCR to pledge to accede or lift reservations to implement international refugee law instruments, adopt laws reflecting international standards, and work together to build protection and asylum capacity. We are seeing in real time that research recommendations can push and enable states to meet their obligations. Regional organizations such as the League of Arab States, the East African Community, have through research played a key role in enhancing regional cooperation, dialogue, and response in a consistent fashion around specific refugee situations. UN agencies, development actors, international financial institutions, and other sources of financial and technical support can also help host countries to meet their obligations to refugees and the communities that host them. Governments, civil society, academia, religious groups, the private sector, and other key stakeholders also have a key significant contribution to make. We need to create a framework for continuous dialogue between researchers and policymakers, hence enabling the exchange of feedback on the relevance and applicability of research findings to policymaking. It's imperative to note that joint commissioned research by policymakers and stakeholders boosts implementation of refugee programs. Research can advance access to rights and broaden the base of actors who are working in concert to advance the rights of refugees, including providing guidance on how rights should be interpreted and understood to be inclusive of refugees and host communities. First, and perhaps most importantly, meaningful policies and research have increased and deepened the meaningful participation of refugees and stateless people at multiple levels. This, in turn, has the potential to curtail divisive rhetoric against refugees. Colleagues, the city of Nairobi has told us that corruption is imminent and that they have the capacity to promote and reduce it. This is evidence-based. And in that research, it was reflecting that the refugees are the ones who pay more. And therefore, since it is research-based, in order to close the gaps which are involved in the management of these programs, like those unwanted levying of fees to refugees, then there is need for us again to reflect more on how best we can improve the situation on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, notwithstanding positive achievements so far, I must say we are far from the level of responsibility which we need to be. Much remains to be done. Quite powerfully, data shows us that in 2022, new displacement continued to outpace available solutions, including returns. Host countries of large refugee populations have voiced frustration at what they see as the international community's failure to deliver on its promises. While the total volume of official development assistance allocated to refugee situations in developing countries remains significantly low, that is just a mere $26 million, it is unevenly distributed across refugee situations. The 26 billion is unevenly distributed across the host countries, whereas in Kenya, you're having a population of 700,000 refugees. In Uganda, we are hosting 1.774 million, and we are only getting assistance to the tune, humanitarian assistance, of only $138 million. And Kenya, which is hosting a smaller number, is getting, I think, twice the amount we are receiving. I am about to conclude. So even within the East African community itself, there is no fairness. And you're saying, Uganda, you're doing very well. Then assist us to do better. My mayor is here, is listening. In the face of many violations and breaches of international refugee law, we need to maintain our collective efforts as countries, organizations, and researchers to bring attention to these violations and, where relevant, to hold states accountable. I see several important ways that together we can continue to further enhance the positive impact of research. First, in today's challenging global context, we must leverage all the tools at our disposal, including research, to urge states to strengthen their laws. Secondly, we should consider how research can inform and guide response to displacement situations. Thirdly, there must always be ways to use research as an instrument of accountability and an incentive for action. And fourth, we can all contribute to advancing the objectives of research to achieve better protection for refugees. In conclusion, as we have seen, research does not replace or diminish the obligations set forth in the 1951 Convention. On the contrary, it complements and reinforces the Convention by placing rights at the center of the responses to refugees. As we navigate an increasingly complex global context, leveraging research as a fundamental undertaking, as well as an advocacy tool and accountability mechanism, is vital. We must use research to push for stronger laws, policies, and practical measures that uphold refugees' rights. I look forward to hearing from you about your perspectives on this research and policy symposium on transforming refugee well-being strategies in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, including how we can collectively continue to advance the goal of upholding and uplifting the livelihood of the refugees worldwide. I say all this for God and our countries. Amen.
Wow. Thank you so much. Very rich. We could hear your cry for additional funding. And I think the World Bank team, something there for you to reflect upon. Maybe we'll hear some reflections from you when you come to present to us. I just want to share a reflection from one of our participants who is with us online. Maybe it's just a reflection, maybe it's a comment, and it goes. It's from Mesfin Eshetu. Policies and strategies at refugee and host communities are not well implemented at the grassroots level. So maybe that is a comment to practitioners. It maybe it's also a comment to policymakers. It's a comment to all of us, yeah? Right. Yesterday, we had a spotlight on the research that was done and is being done by Thomas Jean, Sanakan and the team with the Rebuild program. A lot came out of that, and I think some of the comments that came from the colleague from Mexico was a good reflection in terms of what research shows us in terms of results, maybe for different subgroups, yeah? And I think Thomas did a good job, and Sana, in really articulating those results for us, yeah? There's still some more that Thomas and the team are putting together, and I hope later on, maybe next year, Thomas, we might be able to share, yeah, some reflections, yeah? So today, we want to also hear from our partners at the World Bank. They have been doing a lot. They have a lot that they want to share with us today. So we do have a spotlight on the tremendous work that is being done by the colleagues at the World Bank. Let me take this time to invite Marion, who is going to moderate the session and lead us with the World Bank panel. You're welcome, Marion.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marion Kimani. I'm with the IFC's Fragility Unit based in Nairobi, and I'm really pleased to be moderating this session. I will introduce the panelists, but for the start, I'll start with the presenter, who will be making a spotlight on the Kenya Analytical Program on Forced Displacement, Mr. Mirko Vintar, the Global Practice Consultant in the World Bank's Poverty and Equity Global Practice. And then after the spotlight, we'll have the panelists join the session. So welcome, Mirko.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I have the pleasurable task to follow up on the Commissioner for Refugees Management working at the World Bank. And so I think much of this discussion will be best placed in our panel that follows just afterwards. On my end, I'm a researcher working at the Poverty and Equity Global Practice, and I would like to introduce to you the work that we've been doing over the last year, specifically on the Kenya Analytical Program on Forced Displacement. So the program is a multi-year initiative to generate detailed socioeconomic panel data, but also to evaluate interventions and provide recommendations to enhance livelihoods for refugees and host communities alike. It was graciously sponsored by Prospects from the government of the Netherlands, and at this point I would very much like to thank the government for their support. It comprises three main components. First, filing data gaps and evidence gaps to inform policy solutions. Second, a component on impact evaluations, which actually one of our colleagues will also be presenting on a little bit later. And third, on capacity building and collaboration. Today, in this presentation, I would like to look into the first component, which is all about evidence gaps. So, as many of you might be aware, we've already had a lot of different studies done within Kenya. The first one, the Yes in My Backyard study, was focused on Turkana refugees, Kakuma refugees specifically. And after that, we conducted a different set of socioeconomic surveys of refugees in Kakuma, Kalobey, Nairobi, and within the Shona community. These studies were all specific to the locations and were only serving refugees. Not, however, host communities, and it's crucial to include those as well. Followed on those, we did phone surveys during the COVID pandemic, which did cover all the different refugee hosting locations and refugees and hosts alike, but they're phone surveys, and therefore do not capture all of the refugees, but only those who also own a phone. And then finally, we also conducted a survey in Nairobi, which was very closely aligned with the national KCHS in Kenya. It did include refugees and hosts, but it is again only located in Nairobi. This means we so far do actually not have a survey that covers all refugees and all hosting communities across all the different locations within Kenya. And this is where the Kenya Longitudinal Study of Refugees and Host Communities comes in, or in short, K-LASER, which I'll be using from now onwards. K-LASER is the first socioeconomic survey, which includes data from all refugee hosting locations. It is therefore nationally representative of the entire refugee population within Kenya, as well as the hosting population. It provides rich socioeconomic data from employment, income, consumption, housing, water, sanitation, education, many more modules, and as soon as we publish it, I invite you very much to look into the data. It also has some specialty modules on resilience to shocks, which is more and more important due to climate change, as well as on mental health and psychosocial well-being. Today, I would like to discuss the findings on employment, focusing specifically on the importance of education and skills. A quick rundown on what we know already. We know that when we look at employment rates, not that many refugees are engaged in economic activities, specifically in camps. Reliance on aid is fairly large. And those who do work very often work in low-paid, very often informal sectors. There are tangible barriers to employment, and they are specific for women and also very important. So let me get you through these points one by one. On employment, there is a specific picture in camps that is distinct from urban settlements. In camps, employment rates are generally speaking fairly low, and especially lower from refugees compared to hosts. They are also specifically lower among women when compared to men, which is true for both refugees and host communities. In the cities, the employment rates are generally speaking much higher and paint a more positive picture. But if we compare refugees to hosts, again, refugees trail behind hosts within employment. Refugees who do work, we can distinguish mostly working in two different types of sectors, or two different types of workers. Within the camps, many of refugees who work in wage work are engaged in so-called incentive work. Those are refugees who usually have higher education. They work with NGOs and international organizations, often in the education, health, and support service sector. All of these crucial sectors for upkeeping the essential services within the camps. That is one group. And then nearly everyone else, including urban refugees, mostly works in the informal service sector, with a large predominance of wholesale and retail trade in specific. These jobs are generally speaking not very secure. Few provide a contract, few provide a pension, and many of them also do not provide paid leave. I also want to highlight that if we look actually at hosts, which are not in this graph, the picture is a tiny bit better, by about 10% better, but still also the host community is very much working in informal jobs. We see a somewhat better picture within exclusive incentive workers. Those are refugees who work only for incentive type jobs and do not have other jobs that would not fall under this category. So here, because incentive work usually is large organizations, contracts are somewhat more prevalent, and that's why, at least in this category, they're faring a little bit better. But even here, we have some who do not actually have a contract. There are also, generally speaking, jobs that, on average, earn a little bit less than those of hosts, even though they, on large, require fairly similar input in terms of hours worked. Notably, this is also true for incentive workers, who earn on average, or rather, the median earnings are $7,500 a month, which is still quite lower compared to what we see in urban settlements. Some caveats maybe to this figure. It is that we ask about the earnings and profits from self-employment for one specific individual within the household, a randomized respondent who is an adult. So this does not include household earnings, which would be different because refugees employ often strategies where many different people work in different jobs, often multiple at the same time. These figures also only show us income and profits from the main economic activity. If refugees have multiple activities, we would not have this here. However, in the data at least, we do not actually see many refugees reporting working in multiple activities. And finally, the figures only consider individuals who already have work. They do not account for individuals who are outside of employment. Actually, if we look at hourly earnings, we would see a very similar graph because the hours worked really do not vary that much between refugees and hosts. If anything, they're somewhat higher for refugees than they are for hosts. Low earnings do exacerbate the reliance on aid a little bit, especially in camps. So on this point, I would like to reflect us back to what we heard yesterday from J.D. Bonio from Refugee Point about the trifecta that we are facing between an increase for funding needs, which is going to go up as climate change becomes more important, the reducing on funding, as well as the increased need for self-reliance. With this in mind, we do see that reliance is still very high within camps, and therefore, any kind of policy needs to keep it in mind. Reliance on wages and remittances, on the other hand, is higher within urban settlements, where work opportunities are more frequent. Aid, however, is not something that is necessarily very long-term sustainable. It fluctuates. Frequently, there are funding cuts and also delivery bottlenecks. We ask ourselves then, if we see that more refugees in urban settlements are working, less so in camps, why is it that the camp refugees are unable to find work? And we ask them directly. And there is a general picture where, among men, many report that there are simply no jobs available. The same is true for women, but even more so importantly for women are childcare and household responsibilities. Something that you might not see within the graph is that actually among urban refugees, specifically in other urban settlements, 27% of urban refugee men also report that they lack the necessary documentation to work. Lack of jobs here can be roughly interpreted as unavailability of wage jobs. So this then opens the question of why don't people start self-employment activities? And that, next to the question of access to finance, a big portion is skills. And we will get to that in the next section on emerging evidence. What we have found so far within our studies is that education and skills training are, generally speaking, important. The highest educated in our sample are also the most likely to have found employment. There is also more evidence needed, however, to expand on the quality of employment opportunities. We see that those outside the labor force appear discouraged due to a lack of jobs, and those inside the labor force want to work more hours if those hours were paid. Going through these individual points, on education, education matters for employment outcomes. We find at least that those who have the highest level of education, that being a university degree, are faring better in the labor market. In camp settings, a big part of this effect is actually due to the prevalence of incentive work, which does favor individuals who have a university degree. We've run a couple of regression analyses, actually, where we regress education and control for a different set of socioeconomic outcomes, and find that those who have their tertiary education actually have a 34% higher chance of holding an incentive jobs in camps as compared to those who do not have any education, controlling for gender, age, and all kinds of different socioeconomic factors. But also, we see this effect somewhat in urban areas, where those with a university degree, again, have better outcomes. Where the correlation is less prevalent is in primary and secondary schooling, where the correlation is less clear and suggests that there might be other frictions in the market, such as work permits, recognition of certificates, language skills, and the general question of which skills are the ones that are particularly needed to secure employment, many of which we have already discussed yesterday, and I think many of which we will also still discuss today. Encouragingly, though, once refugees have found employment, actually when we ask them do their skills match what is needed in the work, many say that their skills exactly match or even exceed what is required in their current job. Although still further research will be needed here to determine which skills in particular are the ones that are most valuable, including the importance of language skills. Among the unemployed, many refugees sense the importance of education and skill development, as it is the most important and most frequently mentioned type of support needed among those who are currently searching for a job. So we asked refugees who are currently looking, what kind of support do you need in order to find a job? And we asked them this for a job, as in a wage job, as well as for self-employment, which you have on the left and the right-hand side. Among those who are looking for employment, mostly thinking of wage work, 32% ask for technical and vocational training. 23% would like to continue or complete their education. Among those who are looking to start a business, on the other hand, 26% ask for technical vocational training, 25% ask for business training, and 25% also mention a lack and a problem with access to finance. So these questions were elicited, as I said, by those who are currently looking for a job. And perhaps they paint a slightly more positive picture than that we saw yesterday in many of the presentations on how effective skills trainings can be. Also, it should be noted that there is indeed a need for education as it is not so surprising. We sometimes forget that refugees are very young, and many of them actually were displaced as they were children or weren't even born. You have this in this graph, and actually the numbers on who would be displaced as children or not even born would be even higher if we weren't considering the population who is 18 years or older, as that is the population that we have in our data. So many refugees actually enter the Kenyan job market with disrupted education, with no prior job experience, and therefore are challenged. Some end up inactive. Many, on the other hand, move back into education, even when they're older. And that is one of the factors of why we see that gross enrollment rates within primary schools are actually very high. Another point contributing to the same effect are also bottlenecks when it comes to transitioning from primary to secondary school, where on one hand, there is an evaluation at the end of primary that is challenging for many refugees, and on the other hand, it's also a question of access to secondary school and the amount of schools available. Encouragingly, in primary at least, net enrollment rates are very high for refugees, and many of the children are in school. There is a certain lack only in specific areas, such as in Garissa, and that can be mostly explained by, on one hand, supply-side factors, such as school closures and costs, which include school fees, which in our questionnaire are actually separate from other schooling costs, but still mentioned frequently by refugees, and also demand-side factors, such as a lack of interest, illness, disability, a preference for attending religious schools, or just general lack of interest. It should also be noted that, specifically in Garissa, the schooling outcomes for parents are also very low, and so therefore there might also be a generation component. Also encouragingly, if we test children on their numeracy and literacy skills, they are faring relatively well compared to hosts. So refugee children are learning, and their learning is comparable to that of hosts. In fact, in mathematics, they are even outperforming the hosts somewhat. We used two types of tests to test maths and literacy. The EGMA basically asks refugee children 5 mathematical questions, and they receive a passing grade if they've answered at least 50% correctly. Whilst for the reading score, we ask refugees children to read 4 sentences, and every single word that they read is graded as having been read correctly or wrongly. They receive a strike every time they have misread a word, and they're deemed fluent readers if they have only 1 single strike, and emergent readers if they've successfully been able to read at least 50% of the words. So also here, refugee children perform similarly to hosts, although there are still gaps in terms of receiving a perfect score. And also, that is something else that needs to be mentioned about these tests, is that we are interviewing sixth grade students, but the tests are mostly designed actually to test 1 to 3rd grades. So there is still a differential between where our learning ability is right now and where it could be. In summary, refugees are faring fairly well compared to hosts, but refugees and hosts together have still some gaps in learning that need to be filled. All right. This leaves us with the following question. Oh no, we go to secondary school first. We also still have challenges within secondary schooling, where net enrollment rates are actually a lot lower. They plummet to 20%, and this is true for both men and women. Costs, when we ask parents what are the main factors contributing to why children are not going to secondary school, costs are a major factor. We also test for some other theories. For example, aspirations are not a major factor. With aspirations, we generally see that both children and parents would really want the child to go to secondary school, but at the end, they do not end up going to secondary school. Gender beliefs are also not a key factor, where we could assume that parents could have gendered beliefs as to which of their children should go to secondary school. We do not see that. In fact, beliefs are very uniform for all children, regardless of gender. Parents and children want the children to go to school, but costs are very often prohibiting them. So this leaves us with a couple of open questions. This section is where evidence so far has not yet been fully conclusive, or where we are lacking the data to answer this question thoroughly. The first one is on which factors determine employment or self-employment. Overall, we have divided this into several different subsections. Mental health is one key challenge. Within our survey, we do find that refugees, when we have questions that can't quite determine whether someone is depressed or not, but we can look into symptoms of whether that correlate with depression. And we do find that refugees do, on average, exhibit a lot more symptoms that are indicative of depression than host communities. And we need to find out how that maps into the labor market and what kind of support can be given to refugees, both in finding a job and then succeeding in a job, taking mental health also into account. Second is the continuing question to access to documentation, specifically work permits. And we have seen, when we asked other urban refugees why they are not working or looking for work, access to documentation was one of the key factors that was mentioned. There is also a question of how we can best support refugees in finding employment opportunities. And this comes back to the discussion we had yesterday on what kind of jobs training, vocational training, and skills training is the kind of training that really can help us for refugees to build their skill set and be successful in the workforce. There is also a question on social networks, as some refugees report that they are more successful in finding jobs if they know people who already work in the job, already work in a certain location. We have so far only tangential evidence that social networks matter, and they're also not measured perfectly. We, for example, run a regression where we ask refugees, do they have Kenyan friends? And we do see that those who do have at least one Kenyan friend are faring on average a little bit better in terms of employment than those who do not. All in all, these are pointers where more data will be needed, both in terms of the networks, require specific network data, and also in terms of evaluating, for example, different skills programs in terms of which can be most effective. And finally, behavioral data can also be needed, and I think possibly a lot of other steps that we are looking forward to hear from the audience of what we can further include and further test and look out for. Another big question is one on migration. As refugees, very often we see might hope that they are able to move interregionally. But in practice, many refugees really move within a region, or even more likely, within one country. We have so far not that much evidence on our own side to really measure these migration patterns properly, but we have some evidence from other studies that these patterns matter. For example, the BET study that is mentioned here does find that refugees are very mobile. 23% of refugees, of camp refugees, and 37% of urban refugees have moved, and they have changed primary residency. Also, migration can be a key strategy for finding employment opportunities, or rather sustaining employment livelihoods, as in, for example, in trade. Many refugees who do trade, they might need to move to a different country. They might need to then gain the materials which they bring back to the camps where they're being sold. And actually, their study also found that refugees employing that kind of livelihood strategy do fare, on average, better economically speaking. But what we are lacking so far is really the data to evaluate and quantify this strategy properly. Because as you might imagine, it is very difficult. We would need to track refugees wherever they go and have ideally panel data on their movements. And that is one of the key challenges we do still see. And thirdly, and possibly largely, is a big question on the demand side for jobs. So we see within our current analysis that the majority of refugees without a job have so far not taken any action of actually finding a job. Most of them, as you might remember, say that they are not looking for a job because there are simply no jobs available, especially among men. The same, however, was also true for women, who, in addition, also mentioned childcare and household responsibilities. Among the employed, those who have found, we have found that a large majority would like to work actually more hours, which does suggest that there is a capacity that might be underutilized. All these factors point us to the one big question, and that is that we notice that the demand side for labor is weak, specifically in camps, and we need to find new innovative ways of how to improve it. That is also why I really welcome the efforts from all of our colleagues here. For example, specifically Lorraine, who was looking with her team into digital jobs creation, one maybe opportunity of how we can work a little bit more on the demand side itself. Finally, we shouldn't forget, however, that the question on the demand side is not really only a refugee question, but it is part of a larger picture of interregional inequality and development. Refugees are situated in some of Kenya's poorest areas. For example, if we looked into poverty rates, in Garissa country, they're at 68%. In Turkana, it's 78% as of 2021. These are some of the highest poverty rates within Kenya. And these areas are also some of the highest if we look into not just monetary poverty, but also multidimensional poverty, which measures deprivation across 14 different indicators, which we can roughly group into the 6 groups that you see down there. These are areas where many refugees and hosts do not also meet their basic needs in terms of service delivery. You could look here into many different indicators, but just to highlight, for example, access to electricity, access to clean cooking food, fuel, or food security. In all these factors, not just refugees, but specifically also hosts, are still lacking behind. And that is despite the international assistance that is going to households in these places, which does strengthen the case for an integrative service delivery. To summarize, few refugees, we can split our policy recommendations, and then we invite a discussion based on these later on into 2 sort of camps, one on skills and the other on overall labor markets. On skills, we have seen that few refugees transition from primary school to secondary, and costs are a major factor associated here. Many refugees are also overage learners currently in primary school, and they need accelerated learning opportunities. Unemployed refugees cite vocational and business skills training as a key support that they would need to find a job. And as we've seen from yesterday, there needs to be research around this topic and how this can be provided in a cost-efficient and effective manner. And on the other side, on how to improve labor market constraints, the right to work and the freedom of movement are key points to broadening the opportunities of employment to refugees. However, they also need to go hand in hand with efforts to increase the demand side for jobs. Education and skills training similarly is needed, but they also need to be accompanied by improved job creation so that it is not only the supply side that is getting boosted, but the demand side of jobs as well. Opportunities for productive self-employment should be promoted, and barriers to such opportunities, such as, for example, finance, should be reduced. And finally, for women, we have seen that they face many of the same challenges as men, and in addition, they face specific barriers that cater and they surround around childcare and household responsibilities. Thus, policies alleviating the constraints, such as early childhood development, could help alleviate their responsibilities and ensure that women can participate in labor markets when opportunities become available. I think I'll stop here, and thank you very much, everyone, and I invite, I think, my other panelists or our organizer back to the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mirko, for that very interesting presentation. I'm sure there might be insights and questions and feedback that the audience might have. Just before I invite the panelists, I just want to check across the room if there are any immediate reactions or any questions that Mirko can start before we get the panelists on stage. Any? Okay, I see one question there.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Andrew. Let me stand so that I don't break your necks as you turn. So my name is Andrew Maina from the Regional Durable Solutions Secretariat, and thank you very much for that quite enlightening presentation. I have two questions and an observation. One question on the differences in terms of earning for camp refugees as compared to urban refugees. The figure of 7,500 and 11,000, is it adjusted in terms of purchase parity? Because I don't know whether that's the correct term. Guys in the bank and development actors can inform me. Because I mean, inflation might be much higher in urban areas, or the cost of living is much higher in urban areas as compared to rural. Because then that also has an implication on whether, sort of a round of justification on out-of-camp solutions. Then the second one is around the matching. I think sometime last year, the World Bank came with this very useful sort of graph in the migration, displacement, and population on societies report. And one of the recommendations there was, promoting that skill matching. So then the question here is whether the analytical program is engaging with actors such as the Federation of Kenya Employers. Every year they come up with this report called the Skills Needs Survey, which of course engages their members in terms of what labor skills are needed within those enterprises. And if not, is there a scope for doing some work with them as well as other entities, similar entities in Uganda and Ethiopia? And then last, I think maybe this might be, I'm just sort of trying to plug in a separate conversation with you around the social capital versus human capital interaction. We sort of are quite interested in that space, and we've done a bit of thinking, particularly in Dadaab, where there is also another layer of social system, that is the clan, where we see people who may not necessarily have that high human capital still get access to jobs, while those ones who don't have, that high social capital but have high human capital don't get that access. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mirko, maybe do you want to start with that, or we can get the next? Maybe let's get the next question.
Thank you so much, Mirko, for the insightful presentation. I just have one observation and maybe a question. So, something surprising that came out of the research for me especially is when refugees were asked what they would want or what support they would want, most of them mentioned more trainings and more education or completing their studies. And I think from at the beginning you said the biggest challenge is that there are no jobs. So I thought maybe more employment opportunities or more funding would be an outcome. Additionally, you also mentioned that highly educated refugees are only engaged by organizations or employers to incentive workers. I'm just wondering if you also engage the employers and organizations who are here today, and what their perspective were on why there are not really formal pathways for employment for refugees, especially in countries where policies are a bit more flexible, like Kenya, where refugees are allowed to work, and what their perspective and that disparity or gap might be exactly. Thank you for the presentation, though.
Let's take the
Andira, I think you had a question over there.
I think there's a gentleman behind you.
Should I continue?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Miko, for your nice study. And I think from your presentation, I didn't get any result that you have come up with the regression analysis. And I would be happy if I just could hear about that. And also whether you have come up with some of the key determinants of education and also employment, and also whether you have checked for the the significance of each determinants when it comes to the education as a dependent factor, dependent variable, And also, did you check issue of multicollinearity among the independent variables that you have operationalized and studied? Thank you very much.
I think, Mirko, maybe you can start with that first set of questions. No, I can see the mic. Maybe you can. Or you can just come up here.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for these questions. I am going to try to start from the beginning. For earnings being adjusted for purchasing power parity, they indeed were not, and I definitely welcome this suggestion, as I agree, inflation is definitely different within urban settings and camp settings, so we are looking more of an illustration of these are the earning differentials between both of these settings. So that is something that we can look into further. Then, in terms of promoting the skills matching, I think I would refer that to Precious, who works a lot more on the different collaborations with other partners. So I'll skip on and go to the next. On social capital and human capital, we so far do not yet fully understand, I would say, the difference between which of the two matter most. But what we do understand from mostly anecdotal evidence and qualitative work is that there is a difference and it matters. And that goes back to the point on networks, which specifically measures, or should measure, the importance of social capitals. So we see that some refugee communities, for example, specifically Somali communities, have wide networks and wide social capital that can help them also with employment aspects. The question then really becomes, we need to measure that first, and then compare and contrast it with the importance of education and skills development through that means specifically. So we would love to answer the question, and that's one of the portions where more quality data will be needed. Then in terms of here to support needed, do we need more jobs or do we need more training? I think the issue is that we're not looking into this from a specific vacuum, but the things influence each other. So on one hand, we see refugees who are asking for more skills training and more jobs training, and they know something about the labor market that tells them that these kinds of skills are the things that they need. We do also see that the labor market, specifically in camps, is tight and not many jobs are available. So, however, on the other hand, also people who do have a job seem that their skills match what is needed within the job. So that is a bit of a trifecta, right? Refugees who are currently looking would need the skills within the current market to get closer to being able to fulfill the duties of the job. That's why they are most likely mentioning this. But if we were to scale this program, we do run into the question of the demand side for jobs. And that is why they need to be worked on hand in hand. And then the regression results of the analysis. We have actually published a report that lists all the regression graphs with all the significance levels and also discussions around that. So within employment specifically, we have seen that some of the effects that really matter on one hand are age, proxying for experience. The older someone is, the more likely they're employed. But actually quite a significant margin. It was about 5% per year that they're older, on a reducing rate, as we would expect. Education also matters in terms of, as you have seen on the graph, that graph is replicated in the regression result in the sense that tertiary education really matters. Primary and secondary, as compared to no education, less clear. And more research needs to be needed here to really disentangle, is this a general effect, or what is it that really makes up the effect? Is it language that matters? Is it skills that matters? Unfortunately, within our survey, we do not elicit these two variables, so we couldn't check for that, but it's one of the things that we really need to look into. What also really mattered was whether refugees had a work permit and a movement pass. And you could argue that there might be reverse causality going on, whereas refugees who have these permits are also the ones who are most likely to be engaged in the labor market. But the effect sizes are large, by 40, 30%. So we do have these results, and on education, you can also review them within the paper. And finally, I think, did we have other questions? We did run several regressions in the sense that we started, for example, in education, with a very standard Mincer regression that only has the key age and education variables. And then we subsequently started adding more and more variables. What we see is then in the standard Mincer, education matters, secondary and tertiary. Then as we already start adding just a small fraction of controls, such as, for example, straight or fixed effects for each of the individual hosting areas, we get to see what was on the graph, where primary and secondary are mixed results, tertiary stays significant. And these results then remain relatively constant and the same as more variables are added. So we tried to look into, might it be just the case that we're adding too many variables, but it stays relatively fixed, even when the list is expanded. All right, maybe Precious to you for collaboration.
Thank you. So thanks for the questions that have been raised, and thanks, Miko, also for the presentation and the response. I think in terms of the collaborations, what I can say is that as the team, of course, we welcome and we are very deliberate about the collaborations. I think the point that was raised now is on skills matching and whether we've collaborated with the Federation of Kenya Employers, not as the CAPFD team, but we would love to collaborate if an opportunity comes through. I just want to make the point also that while we are engaged in the analysis as the CAPFD team, there are other sector teams that are actually doing even more targeted work. So for instance, we've got a program that we call NYOTA, which is the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancements, which also works in refugee context. And some of these issues, they actually take them on. So we'll be happy also to link different potential collaborators with the other sector teams. But we also sort of serve a role of being cross-cutting when it comes to the research. So very happy to have sort of targeted conversations. And I also just want to say, even for, there is NYOTA, but there's other programs. And I think linked to the issue of financing, just to say, as the World Bank, we have what we call the window for host communities and refugees, and under that window, for programs that are targeted at refugees, the financing is provided largely at a grant basis. I can speak for Kenya for sure, but I can imagine that for other countries like Uganda, that is the case. But of course, there is a different criteria. Sometimes maybe it's not necessarily 100% grants, but maybe nearly 100%. But for Kenya, for sure, for the programs that we work with. So there's many teams that are working in this area, and happy to be the link. And I just want also to make the last point, which is also linked to some of the questions that came up on the analysis, that I think for now what we've done, we are creating a panel. We've analyzed the first wave of the panel, and this is what the results are showing us. There is an opportunity, of course, when we have the second wave of the panel, which should be ready within the next month. At least the data collection should be finished within a month. And of course, there's also going to be more opportunity to collaborate. So for now, what we've done is just to sort of summarize the key findings around selected sort of things. But what we want to do is really to get into the deep dive. So I just want to invite colleagues that are here to say we'd also be happy to collaborate. And as Miko says, the first wave is going to be published. The data, the micro data is going to be published soon. But just an open invitation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mirko. Thank you, Precious, for that. I think I know there are additional questions. I did see someone at the back there. So maybe let's just hold on those questions a bit so we can bring the panelists, and then when we are asking the questions to the panelists, we can bring back some of the questions. So allow me to introduce the panel that will be with us today. So I'll introduce Masood Rahman. He's an economist working for UNHCR Kenya. His work focuses on forced displacement and generation of socioeconomic statistics for targeted policy and interventions. He has worked across Africa, Asia, and North America for over a decade in both development and humanitarian contexts, primarily in research and project management, and he's also a Fulbright scholar. Welcome, Masood. Yes, an applause for Masood. Our second panelist is Jane Mjambere, who is a Rwandan refugee based in Kenya. And since 2014, she has been serving as a community monitor and engagement facilitator with the Danish Refugee Council, promoting economic recovery and advocating for refugees. She's a certified ILO trainer and has empowered over 400 individuals through entrepreneurship programs. She's also the co-founder and vice chair of the Refugee Women in Nairobi, a community-based organization which champions refugee women's rights and economic development. She also leads a village savings and loan association, fostering financial literacy among women, and contributes to SheLearn, a platform offering digital training for refugees. Additionally, she's a sustainable fashion entrepreneur and is pursuing a bachelor's in business administration to further her impact on her community. Welcome, Jane. Hello, can you hear me well? Okay. Thank you so much, Jane and Masood, for joining the panel. I think you've had a lot of the questions and from the presentation on, the issues that are coming out about skills training, education, employment, both paid and self-employment. So maybe we can start with you, Jane. From your profile, you've been working quite a lot also in the paid employment space, but also as a refugee entrepreneur. Maybe you could share with us your journey towards becoming a refugee entrepreneur, some of the challenges that you faced, and what type of support you think would help others like yourself looking to get into the entrepreneurship space.
Thank you very much, Marion, for this opportunity, and thank you, all of you. Indeed, this is the first time that I'm sitting somewhere like here, so I'm very humbled and very honored to be here. And this is an example of women empowerment, that we empower women that one day will also sit somewhere like here and bring out our views. So my journey as an entrepreneur has been a roller coaster, and I am a fashion designer. I love fashion a lot, and it's something that inbuilt. I grew knowing how fashion is, and the saddest part of something is that I've not gone to school. I don't have the skill of a fashion designer. It's just my own seeing it and doing it. So the way I started my own fashion business is the way I used to wear clothes, and when my friends looked at me and said, Jane, I want that, what you're wearing, I used to remove it and sell it to that person. So that's how I even realized that I have that sense of fashion and to do the business. So it was very hard for me to start the business. One, I didn't have capital to start my own business. So I had to go to sell some of the things for another person, then get a little money, then save it so that I can start my own business. So I started very little, and with a little amount of 5,000, I was able to go to Gikomba. I used to make recycled fashion. Go to Gikomba, buy bed sheets, and I make a very nice dress from there. And you can't know. There's one time one of my friends told me that, is that from Vivo? And I said, yes. Yes, it's from. So what really helped me is the Village and Savings Loan Association. It's a group of women when you come together and you loan each other. And I remember I was able to save at least 5,000, and I took the twice amount of it, that was 10,000. Then I went to buy my products. So the major challenge that I had was that, yes, I tell myself I'm a fashion designer, but I've not gotten the opportunity to go to school to get that skill. So I knew if I had the opportunity then to go to school, I will not be where I was or I am right now. At least I could have gotten a lot of skills and improve my business. Another thing is that in my business, the way things are going, it's all about digital. And for you to thrive in the fashion industry, you have to be very articulate and know a lot of digital platforms. So my main thing that I used to tell me, yes, I am a fashion entrepreneur. I've grown slowly by slowly through the savings and loaning, getting loan, doing business slowly by slowly. I have 2 casual workers. So I usually, when there is work, I call them, they do for me, 2 of them specifically. Then I was asking myself, I want to go global so that I can also be seen on that runway or having orders from outside. But now, do I really have the capacity when I get that order to make probably handbags or fashion for me to sustain? So that is the main thing that has really held me back. As much as I want to go to the digital world to show my fashion and to ask whether I can be supported, do I really have that financial capacity? Because human capacity is there. The women that I have worked with, most of them do handcraft things, and they are able to work, but is there the capacity? Another thing that in my journey was the issue of documentation, and most of the people have heard, they have listed the issue of documentation. It's a big elephant. Sometimes it's so frustrating that you feel like almost the world is coming to an end. But I can give an example. There's an exhibition I was supposed to attend. And the moment I reached at the gate and they were asking for, do you have a document that you have to show? So I removed my my ID, but I knew that my ID has expired. But since I have not yet renewed it, I went with it. So they looked at the ID and said, you will not enter. I was so I had the proof of registration and I had my ID. So when he said no ID, I removed my proof of registration. That was the worst thing that I did. So they told me, no, you can't enter into this exhibition. I was so frustrated. Documentation is something that should be made freely accessible to refugees, because that is the main thing that hinders everything. There's one who said that we in business, it is our hope, like me, to go outside the country to source for materials that I can come and make them and sell them to people. But because I don't have the right documents or the CDT to go to Uganda or to Tanzania or even market, I'm left to only move around where I am to look for clients. And another thing also, he talked about social networks. When you look at me when I'm inside, you can't say that Jane is a refugee or around is. You can't. It's very hard. So for me, I learned it the hard way, and I said that I'll have to make friends with my fellow Kenyans, and I'll have to at least know one language for me to maneuver. So that has been my process as an entrepreneur. It is not easy even up to now, because I used to work as a community monitor and an engagement monitor. My job ended, my contract, and to say that was a downfall to my business, because I had now to depend to the small business that I have to take care of I'm a single parent, to take care of my son, and that was a shock to my business. So I'm left wondering, so here there's no market for me to do. I've lost my contract and my job. I still need to keep up with my business so that I can take care of my family. So for me, it was a shock with my business, and I'm still maneuvering on how I'll lift it up, my business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. I think you've definitely raised so many points that the audience will resonate with. I think the issue of documentation has been raised over and over again. The opportunities that lie with digital, access to capital, which has always been a big challenge for small businesses and especially for refugee entrepreneurs. The issue of going global, I think it's something that everyone is thinking about. So maybe we can come to you, Masood. And I know, based on your experience working with UNHCR, working with refugees and host communities, you know very well what these economic challenges are that the refugees face in achieving sustainable livelihoods. So how do you think some of the evidence-based policies can help address these challenges, some of the challenges that Jane has raised?
Thank you so much, Marian. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I think I don't want to make a claim that I do know very well what these economic challenges are, because we see that evidence in enforced displacement context is comparatively, a newer thing compared to all the socioeconomic statistics that we see floating around for national populations, right? But obviously, a lot of strides are being made, and especially in this region in East Africa, we're seeing a lot of that. So I want to take some cues from the work that we see now in Ethiopia, in Uganda, in Kenya, and maybe take some cues from there. I think if we wanted to summarize some of the key challenges right now in sort of refugees' access to work and livelihoods, we see one big issue, which is a general lack of employment or self-employment opportunities for refugees and asylum seekers. A second thing that we see is that despite a lot of livelihoods projects that are going on, we still see persistent employment gap compared to hosts, compared to other populations of concern. And a third thing that we see quite common, and this is not just in East Africa, but really everywhere in this forced displacement context, is we see a lot of legal barriers that continue to plague the situations, right? And taking cues of evidence that's coming out of this region, we recently saw this socioeconomic survey of refugees in Ethiopia, and there was also a joint work, I believe, with from World Bank. And we see that in Ethiopia, refugees, they consistently tell us that we are looking for jobs, we're looking for self-employment opportunities, but the opportunities are not necessarily there for refugees. And documentation, again, comes up as a key challenge. And while not having as many as much opportunities as they would like to partake in, they're also at the same time faced with high cost of living. We see very interesting results from Uganda, where we see that amazing work has been going on in terms of inclusion of refugees, right, into mainstream labor market, for example. Refugees also get a lot of access, like for example, access to employment. They get access to land opportunities, which again is one of the four pillars of, for entrepreneurship, for factors. But we see that despite having the opportunities there, employment gaps still continue to persist. We have very recent evidence now from Kenya that Mirko was just presenting, and we see that the labor force participation of refugees and asylum seekers in Kenya are not as high as we would have liked them to be. At the same time, when the same population was asked the question, would you work more hours if you were paid? And there was an overwhelming majority of the working population who said, yes, we will work more hours if we had the opportunity, which also goes on to show that while they're not as active in the labor force market as we would have liked them to be, but at the same time, the ones who are active are essentially underemployed. Just a key takeaway is that a lot of these do boil down to maybe lack of essential skills that could unlock the markets. It boils down to lack of access to documentation that would facilitate their access to the market should there be jobs available. And of course, we need not just humanitarian actors, but also development partners, but also private sector, everyone to come and pitch into generating jobs and generating self-employment opportunities in areas where refugees are in. And it's not just for refugees, but also host communities. And this is, again, not an evidence that's necessarily in East Africa, but it's something that we continue to see around the world, is refugees tend to be hosted in regions that are anyway underserved. Mirko just pointed out that Turkana and Garissa are two of the most underserved communities in counties in Kenya. We see. I've just also moved to Kenya from Bangladesh UNHCR operation. Again, Rohingya refugees who are living in Bangladesh were living in one of the most poorest districts of the country. Pretty much everywhere we operate, we see, except for the case where we see more urban refugees, wherever we see in-camp refugees tend to be in underserved locations. So when we're talking about creating jobs, when we're talking about creating opportunities, evidence suggests that we're not necessarily only trying to do this for refugees, but we should also be trying to do an equitable opportunity generation for the hosts who are welcoming them also. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Masood. And I think what you said also speaks to what Mirko presented about the need for more work on the demand side, meaning, as you've said, more development partners, more private sector opportunities for jobs to be created that then both refugees and host communities can take up. So we cannot underemphasize the importance of bringing companies, private sector development actors into these spaces to increase sort of the demand for labor. Maybe coming back to you, Jane, you have mentioned to us about your journey as an entrepreneur. At one point you've said you were employed. It would be interesting to hear from you what that process of getting employment was like, and what do you think can be done to create or improve more access to opportunities for either paid employment or self-employment for refugees.
So the process for me to be employed, I would say that at that time when I employed, the only document that they asked me was my KCSE document. And of course, refugee ID, when I had it, I had to present it. And that is how I got the incentive worker as a community monitor. And the journey of employment for me, I will say it was not bad. It was good. But now the issue comes in when they want you as a person, you want to move from being a community monitor to at least upgrade to either an officer or any other position in that organization. And the question now comes in is that, do you have a work permit for you to excel up? And it happened to me. I had applied for a job, and the only thing, there were two things. That was the work permit and the refugee ID, which was expired. So the two of them made me to lose an opportunity for scaling up my position from a community monitor to another level. So those are most of the skills, and also the skill. Do you really have that skill that they want for you to excel when you're being employed? So many people come, many refugees, you might find that someone in employment, they know how to do a skill, but do they have a certificate? So you take me to do a nail and manicure and pedicure or tailoring. Are there processes to which I'll be given a certificate so that when I'm going to look for a job, the person who wants to employ me will be very confident that I have a certificate, I've gone through this course, and he or she will be able to employ me since I have that certificate. So I think for employment, there's need for, whether we are doing vocational skills training or professional trainings. For the vocational trainings, it's better off for refugees or people who are training them. At least you give them a certificate that this person will go with his or her own certificate to present that, although I know I have a skill in doing one or two things, I've also gone through the classes, I've also gone through the process, and here is my certificate. And I'm very sure that employer will trust that person with a certificate because they will see that person went through the school and they have been given a certificate. In terms of employment, for refugees, it has been said, most of them, one, of course, is the documentation part, and also the licenses. So when you are in your business and you know the government, they have their own regulations for you to open a business. And this has made, let me give an example. The women that I know, most of them, they work from home. They have their own machines and they say, let me just secure a small place in my house and work from home. Why? Because one, there is no finance for me to go and open a shop outside. There is also so many regulatories of the government that I need to have, the licenses. So most of them opt to work inside their homes rather than going to open somewhere. And for this, for me, I would encourage the model of incubation. The model of incubation is whereby one or two community members who are doing the same thing coming together and say we are going to put up a small shop, the three of us, and whatever we earn from that place, we are going to put our capital, our money together and be able to pay. Because instead of paying alone, whether we are three, we can be able to at least source funds to pay for the license and to pay for the rent. So another thing in terms of employment, like what I have said, the biggest challenge is the shock. One, and what brings it again is the issue of, I've not heard people saying about health. Health is a very important thing because when we are not healthy, we cannot work. And the issue of refugees in terms of health is the NHIF, because you see many of the refugees cannot access NHIF. You have your job, and you know diseases, when you become sick, it does not knock on your door. It's either you or your family members. So if you don't have an NHIF, you'll find your business is going to go down because all the money that you had saved, you're going to take it to the hospital. And that brings you to zero. Now you start going up again to start thinking on how you're going to improve your business. Another thing that has been very challenging for businesses and even refugees is the KRA PIN. You want to open a bank account because your business you want to save in the bank. Then when you go to the bank, you're being asked, where is your KRA PIN? I know there are some organizations which have helped refugees to get their KRA PIN, but at the end of the day, there is need for dependency. That a refugee can work in the bank with all the documents, and he or she is being facilitated to open a bank account if he or she has that KRA PIN. And the KRA PIN itself, it's not easy to get it, even up to right now. Most of them are not able to access the KRA PIN. And when you go to the bank, you want to open an account, if you don't have the KRA PIN, you will not open it. But if you have the proof of registration and you are known by an organization, you are able to open the bank account. So there's that gap of people who are asking, if I am not in an organization and I want to open a bank account, how will I open it? And that is where the question comes in, do you have a KRA PIN with you? So that has also been a very challenging for refugees. And of course, NSSF. You know, even we also want to be included in the refugees to be included in some of the government entities like NSSF, because at the end of the day, we also get old one day and we'll want to secure our money. When we become old, at least you'll be able to enjoy, whether you'll be here or wherever you are, you'll be able to enjoy your money. Another thing I want to say is that in terms of businesses, you find that there's this young lady, a 20-year-old girl. She has she has a child, 2 or 3, and she's debating whether to go to school or to go to work. And she's asking herself, where will I put my child to be safe? So you want to go to take me to school? Yes, I agree. But at the end of the day, where will I keep my child so that I can go to that school? So you find most of them, they drop out from going to school, or rather start looking for other jobs to work. And the same thing happens to jobs. When you get a job that is far away from your place and you don't have a caregiver who is going to take care of your child, what will you do? So it's a big challenge for refugees, and it's best for organizations when you implement a program like a vocational training, at least you look at the vulnerability and also the capacity of this person. So how best can I take care of him or her, maybe for the child, and also her to go to school? And also if we can incorporate the organizations, the way you have an organization that has decided we are going to have certain vocational trainings in our organization, rather than sending that person to an outside institution. And in that form, you are going to input different activities that are going to be able to take care of that refugee who wants to go to school, and also the child of that refugee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jane.
I've forgotten one, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's one I've remembered, language barrier. Language barrier has been very, very, very difficult for refugees. Let me give an example, a very good example of my beautiful women who are outside here. When a refugee comes to Kenya, there is no integration of language barrier. No one teaches that you are supposed to know English or Kiswahili or any other language where you are. It's for you to maneuver on how to learn that language. And you know, when you want to do business or go either to school, you are supposed to learn the language which is there. Either it's the common language or the second language. So for me, in business, we need to emphasize and include language and literacy so that even business women are able to negotiate with their customers, to be confident and speak. I have an example of, there's a guy who is selling out, he's called Kapia. That guy did not know English. So I worked with him and I told me, you will be talking English, as even if it is a broken English, as long as you're confident of your words, just say it. And the customer will be able to understand. So for me, I think language barrier, we need to have programs that are going to teach refugees languages so that they can be able to express themselves well, both socially, because we are social and we go to social places. Even in the market, everywhere we go, we need to speak the language that the host country is speaking for us to understand each other. And this will also reduce conflict. Because if you speak to me in Kiswahili and I don't understand, you'll think I've ignored you. And that will bring misunderstanding between me and you, which will raise conflict between us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane, and it's good you brought in that last point on the language barriers. I'm sure everyone is taking notes. I think the point also you've made on inclusion into national systems for health, for social security is very important. The issue of certification for skills, I know there are a lot of people in the room who are working on skills development programs. That might be an important one. So I do want to leave some time for questions from the audience, but I want to come back to you, Masood, quickly. Just based on the presentation that has already been shared, of course, this is a space that requires a lot of data. And so how do you view the role of this data-driven initiatives, such as impact assessments, longitudinal studies, in shaping sort of long-term strategies to support refugees and host communities?
Thank you so much. Maybe I answer the question with a one-line statement first and then go on with my rant. So just a very quick one-sentence summary answer is that if we rely on data to make our policies, then they can be more strategic instead of being reactionary in nature. So I think that's sort of where I'm at. But to talk about all different kind of evidence and research that we can take advantage of, there's mainly three categories where I would, or three baskets, I would drop most of the research that we see coming in. One is more operational research that are done in a more ad hoc nature and seems to be fairly common in refugee contexts. So this would be your standard post-distribution monitoring, your multi-sector needs assessments, or even when there's a new influx, we'll see border monitoring that UNHCR does, or if when IOM is on the ground, they will do something called a displacement tracking matrix, which allows us to understand the size of the population, which allows us to understand what are the immediate support that we need to provide in an emergency situation. And this kind of evidence helps us plan for emergencies. This kind of evidence helps us deliver immediate assistance, but also at the same time, it's helpful for policymakers, but also development partners in order to design their interventions in a way that takes into account the nature of the situation, make it more context specific. While these are done in a more ad hoc manner, but they do contribute to an understanding of the situation. The other two, and these are the ones you've mentioned, one is your one-off impact evaluations that are done more at a project level or a program level, and then you have a more wider sort of longitudinal panels, if you will. I do like impact evaluations. They tend to tease out very specific interventions and what the outcomes of those are. But at the same time, that is also where I see that there is so we need to nuance the results a bit there. simply because refugee contexts tend to be very different from each other. And what works in one context doesn't necessarily mean that it will work in another context. And which is also why a lot of times when we see impact evaluations of a certain type of intervention seemingly having a really amazing result in one refugee context, we don't see necessarily that the results are quite replicable in another. Which is why I think that when it comes to impact evaluations, before scaling up those results, policy makers should also really try to study it very well and try to tease out the findings. But also, we have seen in some cases, impact evaluation results also tend to really be telling us something that's quite universal. And these are things that we really need to learn from, but I'm not sure we are always. And one example from this, and I'm sorry, Thomas June, putting you a bit on the spot, but we were just talking about this 2 days ago. Cash works, right? But a lot of times, programs like TVET programs, they don't always seem to work. But it's not something that we've always learned as a humanitarian. We've not always taken note of that. And we've done a lot of blanket TVET programs in a lot of refugee situations. We've not always seen successful results out of that. But what we have seen is we've seen cash programming work a lot better, but we've not seen policymakers take note of that and make more inclusive policies that allow for cash programming in a lot of refugee contexts. And again, apologies for putting you on the spot, but that's a point I wanted to make about impact evaluations, that there are lessons that we can draw from, but we have not always done that. And part of that blame also goes to us as humanitarians when we don't always have a lot of time to come up with interventions when the situations are more emergency in nature, and we tend to do a little bit of a cookie cutter approach that we need to maybe take a step back from. The other part of the puzzle, and maybe the third bracket that I was sort of dumping all the research into, is the longitudinal panel. And this is something that is a little bit newer in refugee context, in forced displacement context. And one of those now is in Kenya. Again, referring back to the spotlight that Mirka was presenting about the Kenya Analytical Program on Forced Displacement, that has a longitudinal panel called K-Laser. And this is something that policymakers really should take advantage of. If you look at the timing of the waves, right? The first wave of data collection took place right before the regulations of the Refugee Act came through. So you have a baseline there, and then the wave 2 came right after that document came about, which means now you have an opportunity to evaluate that policy. Now we're hoping that the Sharika plan, that's really talked about a lot, will come through before the third wave of the data collection, which means between wave 2 and wave 3, now you can evaluate another policy. And that seems to be a very big opportunity for policymakers to understand how their policies impact welfare at a really diverse array of outcome indicators. And I think, again, when we're talking about data-driven policymaking, evidence from longitudinal panels, evidence from impact evaluations, but also at the same time, evidence from operational research should be taken into account, but make it very, very context-specific, because it's really difficult to replicate results from one refugee context to another. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Masood. I think that's a very important point, the tailoring to the context. So not just deploying, like you said, the cookie cutter approach across different refugee contexts when we're looking at data-driven initiatives, and also the time, as you've mentioned, taking the time in terms of programming and developing the assessment. So thank you so much for your insights. I do want to give time to the audience to raise any questions or comments for the panel and any lingering questions that were there for Mirko's presentation. So maybe, are there any questions for the panel? I see one.
I want to thank the panelists, and I want to start by trying to get clarity from my sister. First of all, one of the greatest challenges we are facing is acquisition of full refugee status. I wanted to find out from her how long it took her to acquire that. And then secondly, we also have another category who are not fully refugees, who are called the asylum seekers. The protection and the management of, and the rights of the two are totally different. In her experience, are the asylum seekers also given the opportunity to do business in Kenya? Because, you know, you can't treat an asylum seeker as a refugee. The two have totally different rights. And then to the great gentleman, on the issue of livelihoods. Today, the emphasis of the development partners and the international financing institutions, including the World Bank, is on the localization agenda and the transition philosophy. In as far as Kenya is concerned, out of your experience, what has been done to achieve the localization agenda, and what is being done to ensure that transition takes place? And in your view, are these two sustainable, taking into account that the funding for programs to support refugee activities in developing countries and middle-income countries has significantly reduced? Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator, and I also want to thank the panelists for their insightful presentation and clarity. Having said, I just want to share, the practice of Ethiopia, particularly, the issues that has been raised by the presenters. And based on that, I will just raise some questions. I used to coordinate, this urban safety net program in Ethiopia, together with the World Bank. And I knew that in some refugee camps, there are thousands of youth refugees have availed, the system to benefit or to engage in labor markets to get the job. I also remember that before we just designed the program, we interviewed the elder people from the refugee camp, and we tried to include their views in the system. And then I just wondered that. Based on that, the government tried to give an opportunity for youth to enter, the apprenticeship and vocational training program, for users in order to participate in the labor market. So I wonder, to listen from you that if you came across what impact that really urban productive program has really contributed for refugees, filling the gap that they have already raised. I know that your research is basically based that. I know that the social protection program will be presented in the afternoon. Having said, from a gentlewoman, she tried to articulate the challenges that the refugees are facing. So I just wonder to forward a question for Masuda and Mariko, that what policy interventions are really in place for all governments in order to fill the gap for the challenges that the refugees are facing, particularly on the side of supply side, because that is the government definitely, the efforts that the government should do. So as a policy maker, I want to know what policy gaps that you came across through your research. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just the final question from this here, and then let the panel then take questions.
Thank you. This is a question for Mirko, but happy to hear any of the panelists' thoughts on it. I was curious to understand, I guess this is twofold. So first, I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on the extent to which you think the preferences that the sort of respondents of your surveys are indicating about training and TVET services are a reflection of what is on offer by NGOs rather than a genuine preference. And I ask this because we like along with Georgetown and IRC have some research from Kenya where we ask about people's willingness to pay for some of these services. And we find that the willingness to pay is like for 60% of the respondents, it's 0. And for none of the respondents, it's like in any way comparable to the cost of the training itself. And so I'm curious to understand, like, do they just have a better sense of the returns of these kinds of trainings, and so they're not willing to pay for it, and their response is just a reflection of like what they know is on offer, and whether that's something that you would be interested in incorporating in future rounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with those questions maybe with you, Jane, and then to Masood, and then to Mirko. Please keep your comments brief. I know we are running a little bit behind on time. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. You asked how long does it take for a refugee to get for one to get a refugee card from an asylum seeker. Is it true? Yes. So for asylum, so when you go to the RSD interview, for you to be determined to be asylum seeker, that is where from asylum seeker to now getting an ID, it may take from 6 months to 4 years or 3 years. So that is how it is. So it may take 6 months, 3 months, 6 months to 3 years to 4 years for you to get an ID card now, for a refugee ID card. The other question you've asked is whether asylum seekers have equal opportunities. Are they given equal opportunities? Some yes, some not. So at least there are some organizations that are giving asylum seekers, they are being able to do vocational skills training, but rather not professional skills training. Even in terms of businesses, asylum seekers are also given an opportunity to apply for business grants with organizations. So there are some that asylum seekers can get, and the others they cannot get, especially when you're an asylum seeker living in Nairobi and you have a document that's supposed to go to the camp, then now it becomes a problem. You will not get any assistance as long as your document says that you're supposed to be in the camp and you're in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Masood, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you. Starting with the question on livelihoods and localization, thank you for that. So what has been done to achieve localization in Kenya and whether it's sustainable? I think Kenya has really taken very, very good strides. I think more than myself, a better person to answer this question is colleagues from DRS who are also in this room. And I'm happy to crowdsource the answers from the audience also. But just to give my reflections, the fact that in Kenya we have a lot of legal policy documents now allowing for government intervention, but also through government infrastructure providing services to refugees is quite an important step towards that direction. The fact that in Kenya, the government of Kenya is the one who provides the registration services for refugees with support from UNHCR shows another important step in that direction. Camps are actually managed by camp managers who are part of the Department of Refugee Services. We see a lot of hand-holding between government agencies, local NGOs, and UN agencies together in providing services to refugees, all of which points toward that direction. I don't think I'm very capable to answer the question on sustainability though, but for now, Kenya has been hosting refugees for over 3 decades, and as we move more and more towards inclusion, as we move more and more towards openness across this 3 decades, it seems to be working in favor of the refugees and asylum seekers. We're seeing some of the most interesting documents coming out from Kenya now compared to other refugee hosting situations. Not to say that there aren't more inclusive regimes, there certainly are, but in terms of putting it on paper, we're seeing this promise of Shurika plan where refugees are essentially going to be hosted in integrated settlements, another big power move for localization, if you will. The other question, which I'm also I feel that I'm not very capable of answering that question, is when funding is reducing in low and middle income countries, is that is that the right time for maybe localization or whatnot? I feel that I'm not the right person to answer this question, not because this is not an important question, it's a very important question. I simply do not have the answers for that, and I do not want to speak to that for that reason. The other thing around how has urban social protection programs fared, and that's the question coming from Ethiopia. We've seen, and again, I do not have the specific project that you have in mind. I do not have that on top of my mind, but I do know that there has been a paper recently published, I think earlier this year, looking at that effect. And one of the key findings that we saw in that paper was that for urban refugees, when they were allowed a more open social protection program, more inclusive one, we've seen that for an initial, we saw that initially there was an increase in welfare outcomes as an immediate impact, but the long-term impacts were not very clear. But again, I think I have to find that paper and send to you because I do not remember all the results on top of my head. What policy gaps we came across from our research, and Mirko, please feel free to come in on this one. One of the things that we have seen is documentation. Documentation seems to be one of the key barriers and one of the more tangible solutions that we can provide. Outside of documentation, we see that there is also a very critical need for infrastructure development because it does not matter how much we want to push entrepreneurs to go and create jobs in those areas. There simply is a common thread that communication, transport, in establishing a proper value chain that allows manufacturing jobs or other jobs to be created in refugee hosting areas simply seems to not always be there. One of the priority reasons is because those are areas which are underserved, and that's why people tend to not have a good business linkage there. So establishing market linkage, establishing value chains, or allowing for that infrastructure to take place seems to be key policy recommendations that come out quite a bit. Mirko, if you want to come and answer any specific interventions. Yeah.
Thank you, Masood. I would maybe add to, first of all, agreed very strongly on the work permits and freedom of movement question. I would add to that maybe also the angle of education itself. So we have seen, for example, a couple of portions here, right? primary school, net enrollment is great, but gross enrollment is very high, meaning we have a lot of overage learners, and they have specific needs that we got to target and look at how can we help them accelerate in the learning so that they are not being in grades that are not really their age appropriate. Then we also face another challenge when it comes to transition to secondary school, and here our team has looked quite extensively in what the factors can be, and really the one repeating factor that comes across again and again is costs. And cost is also a supply side question, right? The number of schools available, the ability to move into the school fees, uniform fees, and so on, they do matter. And to wrap up maybe this point, the challenges surrounding refugee employment are multifaceted. There are many other pointers, mental health being one, for example. And we are running an RCT on this, on which actually Antonio will tell you more about in the afternoon session. And then we also had a question on the preferences of respondents and sort of preferences on training and whether they are related to what the NGOs are offering. And do we know if do we know the willingness to pay for refugees? Unfortunately not. We did not include that portion in the data, but I do agree that it would be a very, very useful variable to include in future waves. Personally, this is just my own opinion, I think it goes both ways, very likely. On one hand, refugees have more information about the labor market than us researchers working from the office, disconnected sometimes from the environment. On the other hand, it is also true that in the absence of provision of these training programs from NGOs, we cannot evaluate whether uptake would exist or not. So, need is there, but we do, I think, see also in other programs around the world that if opportunities are not provided or there is a cost barrier to them, then take-up does drop off significantly. But more research will be needed to determine exactly, I think, the threshold level of where we can make something feasible. Yeah, I think that's it.
Just a quick one. I also just wanted to emphasize the prevalence of shocks, the vulnerability to shocks, because I think that also sort of threatens any progress that we make on the regular policy and program side. Because I think what we find, first of all, has been highlighted is that the camps are in areas that are already very, very vulnerable. So for the case of Kenya, very vulnerable to climate shocks, but also these other economic shocks. I think Jane sort of spoke about some of the shocks that affected your business, and then of course getting back up becomes an issue. So I think building in that resilience is important to also factor in the impact of shocks that could also affect refugees differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Precious, and thank you, Mirko. And I know there are probably more questions and comments in the room, but in the interest of time, I think we'll stop there. I do want to acknowledge some of the comments that have come in online from Mohammed and Alia and from Wes and Mesfin. There are a few questions that perhaps we can pass on to the facilitators, and some of the responses can also be shared online. I think the discussion definitely has brought up the issue of documentation as one of the big pieces that everyone should be thinking about, and also in the terms of skills training and certification, I think that has been raised. The issue of mental health and psychosocial support. There are quite a lot of learnings, and I know that at the end of the day there will be a recap of what the takeaways from this day have been. So please allow me to thank our panelists Masood and Jane. Please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. And thank you to you all for being a wonderful audience. I think we'll give this back to EMC.
Back to me, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Just 1 minute for introduction of something.
Hello, everyone. I'm literally standing between coffee. It's coffee. Yeah, between. Marion mentioned that at the end of the day, my name is Patrick, World Bank. So at the end of the day, we will have key takeaways and to help us facilitate that session, we would like to give you some sticky notes. So over there, we have key takeaways on policy. So that flip chart, that board, just write here what you feel are the key takeaways on policy and stick over there. Then the other end, we have key takeaways from evidence on evidence. So also do that. And here we have, I think we should rename this one to so what. So we have like strengthening the link between evidence and policy. So what? So what? So what? Okay. So we'll share this on the tables. Please make sure you do that after the break. And then we'll analyze them over lunch. Then towards the end, we'll have something to say about them. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Marion, for your team. I think we've reflected not only on evidence, but we've seen also real-time example. Just a message from one of the women exhibitors from just outside, and she texted me to just say on the presentation that they feel included. And I think it's something that we need to reflect on in terms of inclusion of real-time examples and refugees in the house. So we want to take a quick break. I think we're really doing bad on time. So 15 minutes, and this is not a break for us to completely, interact, just to take a cup of tea, and then come back and deep dive on some of the things that have come up, like documentation and others. So please, 15 minutes, let's go, have some tea, and then come back. hope in every table you can see a very good colored sticker. Please make use of them. And as we usher in this panel, we want you to look at your table, see what's there, write it, and then you can stick it before lunchtime. Once again, I want to welcome Andrew and take it over.
All right. Thank you very much. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Raise your hand if you can hear me. Fantastic, fantastic. I'm sorry, that statement was not inclusive. I don't know how to sign language, but maybe that's a note for the organizers. So my name is Andrew Maina. I am the Regional Durable Solutions Coordinator in Regional Durable Solutions Secretariat. And I have the task of guiding this policy dialogue conversation on the theme around access to justice and legal identity. I think this is a theme that has been tangentially mentioned or even directly mentioned in all of the other sessions. And I think it's a high time to delve into that. In terms of the session, so a brief about the session. Why is this session, why are we having this conversation? I think access to justice and legal identity are quite key elements around self-reliance and promoting the ability of forced displaced populations, if you're looking at refugees or IDPs, to be able to meet their essential needs in a sustainable manner and also with dignity. How will we have this conversation? We're going to have two sets of engagements. One, we are going to hear from three brilliant researchers that have research findings around this question. One will come from Kampala, or rather Uganda. One will focus on Ethiopia, and the last will focus on Kenya. And essentially, what do we want to get out of this? One, explore how access to justice and legal identity is relevant to self-reliance. Discuss also the main barriers. I think the so what, I think the sort of mood in the room is moving towards the so what. What do we do with all this information, right? So that this session will also open that conversation. And also, the last, I think, also to better understand how do we help each other? How do we help the government, researchers, refugees, to meet these challenges that we'll be discussing today. Right. So in terms of introductions, I will start with the researchers. If they are where they are seated, unfortunately, we didn't have enough space. Perhaps next time we need to have a more floating podium. So the researchers are seated within the room, given that they are usually observers. They're also observing you as they share their research. So I want to introduce John Emmanuel Day. John? Fantastic. So John is from the Refugee-led Research Hub and is also a social science degree holder, among very many things. And his area of specialization is around project management, advocacy, gender equality, refugee rights, and disability inclusion. I think he has a full profile on the website, which is nicely done, and has his photo. Please feel free to interact. The next researcher is Dr. Alemu Asfau Nigusi. I'm sorry, my Amharic is very, very bad. And Dr. Alemu, if you can wave, is assistant professor of politics at Bahir Dar University in Ethiopia. Areas of specialization is migration and forced displacement governance, political economy, and identity politics. Then the last but not least are two presenters. That is Rai and Kadu. I don't know whether Rai is around. Fantastic. There they are. And they will be, they are from the Global Rights Defenders who focus on advocating for refugee rights worldwide. And also look at policy and migration consultation, particularly in the area of migration and human rights. So those are the researchers. Yeah, if you feel free. On the panel, from my extreme left, is Fresha Githumbi. Fresha Githumbi is the acting CEO of the National Legal Aid Service that is mandated to offer legal aid services to the vulnerable, marginalized, and indigent persons. She's also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of 15 years standing. So clearly that is a lot of weight there in terms of the legal profession. Then next to her is Rahel Kasa. She is the legal and policy advisor at the National Identity Program of Ethiopia, Identification Program of Ethiopia. Yeah. And she's well-read in matters, international studies, business administration, and law. Last but not least is allow me to just use his full. I think he shies away from the accolades, but allow me to use this in full. Is Honorable Justice Dr. Douglas Karekona. I hope that's Ugandan. Try to use that Ugandan feel. He is the justice or judge of the High Court of Uganda. Holds a doctorate degree in laws, among other qualifications. And I think one thing that struck me is that he's the first lawyer in Uganda to qualify with a doctorate in decentralization. So for you Kenyan colleagues who are wondering about devolution and so on, you have another expert on the panel. Great. I think we have increased the size. That's fine. That's fine. It's called adaptation in motion. So just clear, just a few points. Number one, I think now that we have a sitting judge in the room, please switch off your phones or put them on silent. Otherwise, you'll be held in contempt, and that's civil jail for you. We will not be there to protect you. And then secondly, for the panelists, please note that we are standing in between lunch and the participants. So be brief and concise, some of the points that we'll be raising. So maybe we can start with the first presentation from John Emmanuel. So John is looking at legal barriers encountered by women in Changwali refugee settlement. So John, please begin by elaborating what are these barriers that you found in your research, and how do they impact women path towards self-reliance?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is once again John Emmanuel Day. I am a refugee based in Uganda, and a little bit of clarity. I am not working with a refugee-led research hub, but they have been supporting my study, that is the legal barriers encountered by refugee women in Changwali refugee settlement. Yeah, about the study, it aims at investigating the legal barriers that the refugee women encountered in the Changwali refugee settlement. Changwali is located in western Uganda, in Bunyoro region, and it's in Chikube district, formerly part of Oima district. Now, Uganda has been, all we know that Uganda has been held for having one of the most progressive refugee policy in Africa. And this is also evidenced in the 2006 Refugee Act under section 29, subsection 1, paragraph C, which guarantees refugees fair and non-discriminatory treatment, and also section 29 of the same act, subsection 1, paragraph H, assures the refugees free access to courts of law in Uganda. So, however, looking at this and then what is on the ground, refugee women face challenges despite these sections or despite this act, which is in progress. Refugee women continue to encounter challenges in accessing justice in the Changwali refugee settlement. And this, basing on my findings, on my research, these women encountered numerous barriers to accessing justice. One of them is the bribery and intimidation by the perpetrators of injustice. Now, this happens in a sense that when these women, for instance, they experienced gender-based violence, they are being beaten up, and then someone rushed to the police and reported a case. Now, what these people do is to, go to the police and then bribe them. And then when these women try to follow up the case, the police tend to be reluctant. They don't take them as serious because they have been given money not to act on the case. And then there is also intimidation from the perpetrators themselves. They always, these people, some of them comes from the same areas. Then when they, when they hear that so-and-so has reported you to the police, what they do is to, go to this person and then attack her, threatening is, if you continue with this case, I am going to, I am going to deal with you. So in this case, women tend to, keep quiet, even when they are, experiencing some of the injustices within the settlement. They don't report because at the end of the day, they know that if they report a case, there's going to be some kind of threats from the people that they have reported. And then the other finding is, now within the Changwali refugee settlement, there is a hierarchy of reporting cases. It starts from the block leaders. In some other settlements, they call them class leaders, which also translates to like an LC1 at the village level in Uganda. So these block leaders, when there are some issues within the settlement, the refugee the people first report to them, and then they assess the magnitude of the issue. If they cannot manage, and then they refer it to the Refugee Welfare Council, and then the Refugee Welfare Council will be able to handle the matter from there. And if, in the event that the council fails to handle the case, they can also forward the case ahead. So that's how it goes. Now, these block leaders, what they do is when these women come to them, report a case, for instance, maybe there's a woman who gave a scenario of a man who borrows money from her, and then when she tries to, ask for the money, the man threatened to, to beat her up and fails to pay the money. So when she reports the case to the block leader, now what this leader did is to ask for a sexual favor from this woman because she's a single mother. So she didn't give it in. So what she did is to drop the case, not to continue with the case. So there is a demand for sexual favor to resolve cases within the Changwali refugee settlement, particularly among the block leaders. That is one thing that I also, the study also found out. And then another thing is limited availability of legal aids or legal services within the settlement. And this, we know there are some NGOs who provides legal supports and or legal representations to the refugees themselves, to the refugees in the settlement. However, there is a limited capacity to handle a large number of refugees in terms of legal representations and access to legal supports. So there is a limited availability of legal services to refugees, given the fact that majority of them lives in extreme poverty, and they could not invest in economic, activities like starting up a business so that they can be able to afford maybe transportation to attend court cases or even afford a legal fee. So there is that kind of limited legal aids or legal representations that refugee women also encountered in the Changwale refugee settlement. And then the other findings is on refugee women with disability also encountered a number of challenges when trying to access legal services, particularly those with hearing impairments. So when these people, have issues of, or when someone is want to report a case, now they cannot be attended to because at the police there is no, let me say, a sign language interpreter that can actually help these people to interpret or to translate what they have experienced so that people are able to understand and then give them a support. So women with disability, basically, especially those with hearing impairments, face could not access justice because there are no legal, sign language interpreters to help them, tell the legal, the legal personnel what they are actually experiencing. So those are some of the key findings that I got from the study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, and apologies for the mislabeling on the Refugee-led Research Hub. I think you are a researcher in your own right, and we need to acknowledge that. So maybe just before I move on, maybe what maximum of top 3 critical actions that either the policymakers in the room or the programming decision makers in the room can do to address the challenges and barriers that you've raised? Maximum 3.
Okay.
And make it as practical as possible, please.
Thank you. One thing that I personally think the policymakers can take to ensure that these women access justice is there's a need to establish an independent body to investigate cases of corruption, especially within the police. So there is a need to establish this body so that those who are involved in corruption are investigated, and then if found guilty, they are given the penalties. That's what I think should be done in that finding. And then the other case is, the other recommendation I can say is, or action is to provide support to refugee women with disability. This can be in terms of providing trained sign language interpreters so that they are able to attend to women with such kind of issues when they are seeking justice. And then also there is a need to include policies that focuses on including issues of refugee women with disability in policy making. There should be a provision for refugee women in that case. And then the other thing I can say is to expand or to actually increase the frequency of the mobile court. I also try to find out if there are mobile courts that are within the settlement. From the police and the NGOs, the answer is yes, there are mobile courts within the settlement. However, when we engage with refugee women in the focus group discussions, most of them, almost all of them, are not aware about mobile courts, except one woman who is a women representative. She said she have heard about a mobile court within the settlement, but she has not actually witnessed or see whether these people actually conduct the court session within the settlement. So I think there's a need to increase the frequency of mobile court at least twice in a year, so that women who do not have the necessary resources to access justice or to attend or to go to courts, they are able to be, they are able to be handled. And then these mobile courts should also be, funded, and this can be particularly done by the UNHCR. There should be some kind of resource around mobile courts in terms of logistics, and then also legal personnel. That's what I think.
Thank you very much, John. I think those are concrete. I think you would agree. Those are somewhat concrete actions. Yeah, my panel is doing much, much better. I'm not saying anything about the other panels. Yeah, I have to say that because I want to be invited again. Yeah, so then, thank you very much, John. And I think those points are quite useful, and I think it's very apt to have the Honorable Justice here with us. I think that's some of the things that he will be reflecting on even as we engage on this critical point. So I want to move forward to Dr. Alemu, who will be speaking on the dynamics of protection and promotion of durable solutions, particularly for urban refugees in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I think the questions as set out before, I think I gave the panelists, in the spirit of transparency, I gave the panelists the list of questions, so they had prepared their remarks. So you can see how well suited this panel is. Yes, so just take us through extent to which the legal policy framework advances greater access to justice or legal identity, where are the gaps, and of course your three most critical actions for the policymakers.
Yeah,
over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. How are you doing? So I don't want to give my back to this group, so I can sit here. Maybe, yeah, it's better. So, yeah, do you see me? Yeah, so my name is Alemu. I come from Bahar Dar University, Ethiopia. So my work was broader than what I'm supposed to do right now. I did on-road solution on urban refugee in Addis, but with economic inclusion broadly. Now, Andrew sent to me, and then the whole IRC team maybe focus on documentation and legal aid. Okay, I say, yeah, I can do that. So let me have some part of the finding on that part, not the whole. So what I'm going to deliver is not the whole report that I did. It's part of the report on that. So, so within this urban refuge program in Addis, I have found out findings that might be important, also which resonates with the whole discussion that we have been talking since yesterday. So in terms of number, Ethiopia has close to 1.1 million right now. And then from this number, 85% of this person, they live in refugee camps while like 7.8% they live in urban location in Addis, and also a bit in Somali region. And the rest, yeah, we have got a small proportion living in what you call sites like Amhara region, Alamwaj, and others. So I've got the majority of them living in the camps, a small proportion in urban, and within the urban, Addis being the highest hosting part of Ethiopia. So within this urban program, again, if you see the number of refugees, the number has been increasing, especially following the war in the north of Ethiopia, Tigray region, the number has doubled. Now, of course, the official numbers are problematic, but if you use that official number, we have got close to 80,000 refugees officially registered. But again, you have got groups that are not registered, still seeking asylum and not accessing documentation. So if you add that number, you could have more number than this one, even maybe 3 or double of the official figure. So I'm talking about only the official figures and then the other issues that go with that. Now, with that hint, so in terms of legal and policy framework, so overall, I found out that there is fertile ground, conducive legal and policy framework in Ethiopia that helps refugees to access legal ID and the whole documentation along with legal aid. Now, to help that, we have got like basic frameworks. Let's say it began with the CRRF, the Comprehensive Refugee Framework, in September 2016, and following that, and then we have adopted the new proclamation on refugees in 2019, which also was followed by directives on the freedom of movement, the right to work, and an appeal. And then a closer look into the new refugee proclamation, you could have like specific like articles on, let's say, Article 28 on freedom of movement. This is a bit restrictive if you see the whole thing, but there is a freedom of movement granted. But what's important is access to justice, Article 30, which enables refugees to access just like the Ethiopian nationals. If you compare to the right to work, which is not like the nationalists, but this gives them the right like nationalists, like to have got, you know, their case presented before the judge and then to have got counselors even to support their case. So that's a good thing, positive thing. The other one is documentation also, supporting this access to rights to justice was like, you know, driver's license, Article 31, identity card and travel documentation, Article 32, and vital events registration, Article 36. They all support the refugees to access documents that they can use to move and then to use for any social inclusion. Again, last year, the second JRF, Global Refugee Forum, we see Ethiopia again making pledges, which was fantastic again for documentation part. There are 2 specific pledges which sounds you know, excellent for this event on documentation, like pledge 3, inclusion of refugees in the national system on 2 specific cases. One was on the National Central Statistics Service. That's one thing. They want to support the entity with the aim of supporting 1 million refugees in the national system, the Statistics Center. And second one was the National ID program, which my colleague Rahel will be somehow again going further. Or around like 814 refugees are supposed to be part of that ID program. That's a good pledge. The second pledge is pledge 6 on digital connectivity and access to documentation. Again, there you can see a positive pledge for like access to standardized travel documents. So overall, you have got the legal frameworks out there to help refugees access ID card, driver license, even legal aid. So now the implementation is the issue, right? So with the implementation, there has been efforts since this law and then the policy was made. There has been attempts, but it has been limited. So if you see the number, for example, if you look into unit charge like JRF Pledge 2023 report, you have almost 0.5% of the whole refugee, even less than that, like 46%, we're able to have got ID cards overall. Now, if you take this number to urban refugee, that could be, you know, another sort of limitation. So it's progressing, but with limited sort of progress. And then legal ID again, with legal aid, there has been attempts going on 2 fronts, mainly with Addis University. Now, in terms of legal aid in Ethiopia, so what has been happening from my research is, so there has been provision for legal aid into camps and then the urban through universities in Ethiopia. So what my friend said earlier was there was a mobile courses in the refugee campus. In the urban, Addis University is in Addis Ababa city. So this university with 2 schools, one is the School of Law and then the Center for Human Rights, they have been providing legal aid to refugees. But that's limited. It's limited, but there is practice, especially with the School of Law. Since 2020 January, there has been a free legal service to refugees. So there is practice. Again, in my data, I was checking my new data for this session because the data was collected like in 2023, and I gathered that even since August 2024, there have been around 7,126 refugees receiving their ID cards in Addis alone. That's a good thing. And then from what we heard in the morning from my friend Antana Makasha from Arares, from 11,000 and more than that, refugees accessing digital ID, I think majority of them were from urban. No one knows where they are. They are invisible. They will be basically lost in the city. Imagine, this is a huge city with like 100,000 refugees. They are too small, by the way. They are small in number. So they are invisible. That sort of thing makes them not accessing. So access was limited by this, their settlement pattern. Most importantly, there is an issue of who is an urban refugee. Who is actually urban refugee? In the Ethiopian case, in the urban, from my study, I came to see confusion across even government and also practitioners. Is a confusion who's urban refugee. They have got programming saying urban refugee, but who is? And then they try to implement the idea of urban refugee by just having like 3 different criteria. Maybe someone living in the urban, yes, a refugee, but he's in the camp. The card says in the camp refuge, but again, they are in Addis. So. And someone again with OCP beneficiaries, and someone with again urban assistance program. So I've got basically 3 groups of refugees in Ethiopia right now. So broadly there are 2, the registered one and then the unregistered asylum seekers. But again from the registered I've got again 3 groups. Those out camp beneficiaries and those who are like urban assistance beneficiaries and then the so-called self-relocated refugees. The third one, they come from following the Tigray war in the north. They self-relocated. So again, who's urban refugee? The OCP, the UAP, or then the self-relocated? That has been an issue. So with that, again, I have got different IDs, you know? So that has been an issue there that I found out in that thing. The second big issue has been political issue. There is political commitment, we can see from the problem, but practically there has been political issues, especially since 2020 following the country's war in the north. What has happened was there has been a delay in issuing valid documentation ID cards, plus also even accessing and then accepting new asylum applications. To date, the law says asylum seekers have got the right to have got ID card, of course for asylum processing, ID card, but that has been limited. And then from my research so far, there are around 176,000 only for Sudanese, and then the last 100 refugees from Somalia. From Eritrean refugees, which are the majority in Addis Ababa, they have got problems there. So there is a political issue in that part of accessing asylum. So if you have got no ID, if you aren't recognized, then how do you basically be part of the programming? So there is delay in accessing. And then the ones who have got IDs, but again, when they lost, they couldn't renew the ID. They couldn't again be part of the program because they have got no ID, which again exposed them for arbitrary arrest detention for the last 2-3 years. By the way, this was happening. So mobility is limited because they have got old ID or no ID at all. Yeah. The other is lack of awareness. If you see authorities in Addis, the refugee ID is different from our local IDs, right? Local Kabbalah ID. What is this? They say, that's a refugee. Who's a refugee? For refugee, I mean, for authorities, it's hard to distinguish between a refugee and an immigrant, which is another issue, immigration, right? Then they couldn't differentiate. And then they basically, some of them put them in jail until they are proven somehow, innocent or whatever it is. So they are suffering because there's lack of awareness about. Of course, again, refugees also, they do not know. They know, but they still lack. What's a legal case and what's not. Also, again, what to do even if they know. So there's an awareness gap among authorities, refugees about their right and then legal case. The other one, again, is a clear mandate among authorities. Arares is there, not this, but you have Addis Ababa City is the main local government. But again, there is lack of clear mandate what to do with that. Access to justice, again, another limitation where you have got, right now I've got a revised federal court, federal proclamation of the justice, but again there's issue of jurisdiction. Whom shall be responsible for the case of refugees in the Addis? Right now it's supposed to be at the city, but again in the past was given to federal, so refugees continue to present the case to the federal government. And when they go to Addis, they say go to federal courts, which is not the case. So there is an issue of confusion who is doing the cases for refugees, while it is stated in the proclamation is for Addis Ababa city right now. So that's an issue. The other one is, to be honest, refugees have been dependent on aid or remittance in Addis, and they have got too much psychological problems, by the way, right? And then for some, justice becomes, or ID becomes, or anything like almost no priority, right? They are under too much trauma. So there's essentially, what do we get from that? I have got too much concern, not even to beg for access to justice or legal aid. So there is an issue. I've got less, sort of incentive to go to, courts to present their idea because they've got bigger things to worry about. The other one is, which we heard in the morning, is language barrier is an issue. We speak Amharinya and in Orominya and Addis. There's rich book like Tigrinya and the Sudanese, I think they've got their language from Nur and Newak and others. So Somali and Somalinya. Language has been an issue. How could they present their case? So they need interpreters, and they need someone also to fund that interpreter. Maybe through incentive. Again, funding is also an issue there, which I agree with the others. The other one which I found fascinating was actors to pay too much to economic programming than to protection. They say protection, but only for child and then, I don't know, GBV, like that, but not this legal protection part. So I know NRC, DRC are doing good job in Addis and in Ethiopia broadly, but their work is now diminishing from what I understand right now. So there has to be also another attention if there's something. But right now, what I'm saying is a limited programming, protection like legal-wise, there's a limitation also focusing on economic inclusion. So, do I have time? No.
But I can allow you maybe
Thanks.
one key action that actors in the room need to take. Just one.
Okay.
Please.
Just one?
Just one.
Okay. I think the main thing will be advocacy. That will be the main thing, advocacy. There is a law is there on the ground. It's all about implementing it. We need advocacy. Advocacy like in two major things. One is awareness raising, right? To make aware about the existing laws to both the refugees themselves, government authorities. And second also, there's an element of asylum application. There are guys who are out of asylum. I mean, they are looking for asylum, but no one is listening to them. So they are basically informal, invisible. It's funny that the law wants to make them formal, but they still exist in the informal. So it's basically we are seeing the perpetuation of informalization of refugees as opposed to what it's supposed to do. So we need advocacy. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Alemu. Yes, without further ado, we can move to Kadu and Rai, who will then discuss their paper around understanding socioeconomic barriers for refugees in Kenya, specifically looking at the challenges with registration and documentation for refugees in Kakuma refugee camp. Again, similar set of questions, so I'll allow you to take it away.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us today. We're so excited to be here. So we are special because we haven't actually started implementing our project, but we have a lot of secondary research and a lot of field experience in terms of informal conversation, so, and some lived experience as well. So I'm just going to start off by asking our first round of questions. What are the most pressing challenges with registration and documentation for asylum seekers and refugees in Kenya?
Thank you so much. Before I answer the question, maybe I can introduce myself. My name is Kado Ertse. I'm a Congolese refugee here in Nairobi. I've been residing here in Nairobi for about 15 years, being here in Nairobi. So we are conducting the research together with Rai in the GLD Global Right Defender. To start with the question that she has asked about the most pressing challenges about documentation and registration. First, I would like to mention the process that it takes for one to get an ID or to get registered and the documents. One need to apply for asylum seeker in Kenya. Once they arrive here in Kenya, then they schedule an interview with refugee, with refugee department, with refugee DRS, with DRS, whereby they schedule a refugee status determination interview. Once it is determined that the person is a refugee, what they do, they offer them a letter which have a duration of 1 year, and then they are given an opportunity to apply for refugee ID that has to be renewed after every 5 years. And then here there are some of the challenges that they experience. I'm going to mention some of the areas. I won't be able to explain each of them in detail. The first one is registration of new arrival. As you know, in Kenya since 2016, they have not been registering refugees, asylum seekers here in Nairobi. So there are so many asylum seekers who have been registered, but they were referred to Kakuma. Many of them, they never went to Kakuma. Others, they have never registered, which means they are here in Kenya unregistered. The other issue is on the movement pass, of which they are given movement pass to go in Kakuma, but they never go there, of which they continue to use it here. And this creates an issue on case transfer, whereby their cases are not being transferred back to Nairobi, yet those asylum seekers have now gone to Kakuma. That is an issue. The other issue is on access to healthcare services. Now imagine those people who are unregistered or who don't have the legal document here in Nairobi. It will be hard to access any healthcare services, especially for pregnant women who need special treatment in most advanced hospitals or healthcare facilities, and they require them to produce an ID. And this creates an issue of birth certificate. The babies who are born from those parents, they won't be able to receive their birth certificate, and they were born here in Kenya. The other issue is on education, whereby there is no harmonized system, whereby refugee will be able to access scholarship opportunities on county government or in the private sector. Like there are banks that offer scholarship, but refugees are not included in those programs. The other issue is on employment, whereby refugees are required to apply for Class M permit. But when it comes to Class M permit, there are a lot of restrictions that do not allow refugees to have access to the permit. And it is through the Class M permit that allow them or that give them the opportunity to access business license. So all those documents, they are not able to access them because of those challenges. The other challenge is on national transport and safety authorities, which regulate the issuing of driving license, registration of a vehicle or a motorbike. So for refugees, they are not able to access driver's license, and even for those who work in the motorbike sector, of which we call boda sector in Swahili, those who work in that sector, they are not able to register their motorbike, which means their motorbikes are registered on fellow Kenyans. And in the case of applying for insurance, for them, it's non-existent. The other issue is on KRA PIN. KRA PIN is a PIN every person need to have for them to pay taxes. For refugees, they need, all of us, we need to access it through the Kenya Revenue Authority, but for refugees, it is challenging because to access a KRA PIN, one need to have a work permit, which is difficult to access. And then it is through the KRA PIN that refugees can be able to access bank account. And without a KRA PIN, they cannot be able to access bank account. That is a challenge. The other issue is on accessing credits. Well, we are talking about socioeconomic inclusion, but without access to loans, it will be difficult to attain self-reliance. Then the other one is on conventional travel document. Let me leave it for I to explain. Thank you.
And the last one is the conventional travel document, which requires a lot of processes to be able to obtain. People basically need a very powerful letter from their employer. If you live in the camp, you need access to leave the camp. And it's also only given to people going to things like webinars or workshops abroad. And so for like the very elite few who receive these. As we heard from Jane earlier, I'm not sure where she is in the room, but as an entrepreneur, it'd be very helpful for her to be able to cross the border, to be able to procure business opportunities and gain materials. So we're very interested in the CTD as an option for socioeconomic opportunities. I think as practitioners, a lot of the time we say the word ID and documentation, and I think it's just robust language we use, just like sustainability or like, you know, the list can go on, but we really want to document the exact definition of what ID and documentation means here in Kenya so that there's a lot more transparency. The other thing that we want to look at is unsynchronized systems. Everyone seems to have their own internal systems which operate within each other, but they don't communicate they don't communicate amongst each other. So government systems are one, humanitarian systems are one, academic systems are one. We're also using different collection methods for data. And so we think that there should be a unified way for all of us practitioners and all the relevant stakeholders to be collecting data so that they can speak with one another. Another issue is on system digitization. We're really, really happy that things are becoming digitized, but there's a lot of problems with that. From the manual biodata that was collected, people used to have to put their fingerprint in ink, and then that's now being scanned into the digital system so that refugees can renew their ID. Sorry, the microphone. When it's now being scanned to be digital from being manual, it's not recognizing the individual. So when the individual goes to renew, it's not recognizing them as that person, and so we've come to understand that that's a problem. The priorities in government don't always align. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I'm going to take a break. Woo! Thanks. I don't want to hold this. Yeah. I don't want to hold this. Something about holding it is making me super nervous. Okay. Whew. Okay, so previously, refugees had 6 numbers, and now that they have 8 numbers. I really don't want that. Yeah. They now currently have 8 numbers because that was a huge problem before. Like the 6 numbers was cutting people off from being able to enter the system. But the problem now is people who have 6 numbers are still being cut off from services. So how do we advocate for their rights to make sure that people who have 6 numbers can still access the same resources that people now who have 8 numbers? Government priorities don't always align. National priorities versus county priorities don't always align, and counties often feel overlooked and ignored in terms of their priorities for their populations. So that's also a miscommunication that we want to look at. We're not going to be making recommendations because we haven't done our research yet. We're going to be making observations because that's what we think is interesting. So the first is to increase transparency, provide more information and clarity around the entire registration process, wait times, and the status of application. There should just be a homepage where you're able to click in, log in, put your ID, see what's going on. I come from Canada, and we actually do have that, and I can actually reference how long it's going to take as a refugee, because we have 3 different refugee systems. I can see my wait time, so that ahead of time, if I'm here at Kakuma Refugee Camp, even before applying, I can even know what my future would look like. So that needs to exist.
The second observation is about lifting restrictions or resuming registration of asylum seekers in Nairobi. As I mentioned, since 2016, they have not been registering asylum seekers, and there are so many refugees who are here, then they cannot go to the camps because of security concern, medical issues, others on educational purpose, and others for family reunification. Those are factors that need to be considered.
We want to be able to expand the registration services to other counties who have larger populations of asylum seekers. I think currently it's only Nairobi, Kakuma, and in Dadaab, Garissa County, and I think Kado was saying that they removed it from Nairobi. No, so it's only Nairobi, Turkana, and Garissa that have them, but also Mombasa has a larger population, Nakuru, so we need to expand it to counties so people don't have to travel down. The travel expense is a lot.
Another observation is about removing the restrictions or working on transfer of cases. Those cases that were transferred to Kakuma, but the applicants they didn't go to Kakuma. So it is important to transfer those cases in Nairobi so that they can be able to access documents.
And then lastly, as I mentioned, we need a unified tool to collect data for refugees. That's used by all relevant actors. Our second question is, how do these challenges operate as barriers for positive socioeconomic outcomes? We've broken this down into 3 pillars: employment, education, and something that's called durable solutions, because there's so many problems that we couldn't categorize them, so we put it in durable solutions.
Let me talk about the first one, employment. Here, employment for refugees is regulated by Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act, whereby refugees are put in the same categories, or the requirements for application are the same with the economic migrants. So you find that for refugees, they will have to apply for Class M permit, but there are challenges. The challenges are the requirement. They need to provide a refugee ID, then they need to have a recommendation from DRS, because they don't apply, the application is not at DRS, but at immigration office. And the other thing is to have a contract from the employer. And you find that it will be hard to access a contract from the employer without a bank account, without KRI PIN, without even legal documents. And then the other thing is about the form that they need to fill. It is called Form 25. In that form, they are required, it says that for a refugee to apply for any kind of formal employment, they need to possess skills or knowledges that any Kenyan do not have. Now the question is, those refugees who are seeking employment are refugees who grew up here or sometimes born here in Kenya. It means that they went in the same educational system with Kenyan, which means there is no skills or knowledge that they possess Kenyan don't have. So it is challenging for refugees.
Okay, so I've just been texted that we've run out of time, but I'm just going to summarize to conclude briefly. So we're also going to look at education and, again, durable solutions, so the private sector, so signing up to get your mobile phone, M-Pesa, everything that relates to that. Our observations for this one, again, like how to improve socioeconomic opportunities for ID and documentation, is again ease restrictions on obtaining ID, remove Class M altogether, and enable people to use their ID as recognized by the government. We don't need to expand the expiry date, we just need to remove Class M altogether. That's what our recommendation is. Create an environment to allow integration. We're also very interested in CTD, not only for cross-border entrepreneurship, but also for labor. The government of Kenya in September just announced they're trying to send 5,000 to 10,000 people abroad for labor shortages, and we think that refugees could also fill that gap in terms of labor shortages. And as our good friend from Namal, Lorraine Charles, yesterday spoke about the digital economy, we also want to be including them in that. And then lastly, because we want to look at the migration governance measures in Kenya and how they can strengthen ID and documentation, we have a lot on the Refugees Act, we have the Sharika Plan. Something that we should all be cognizant of is the Sharika Plan actually doesn't mention ID and documentation, and it's supposed to be the most transformative, integrative measure that we have here in Kenya. I think it's because these systems already exist, so they didn't think it was innovative to include it, but it has to absolutely outline the process to ID and documentation if it's going to turn both camps into settlements. That's something I'm very passionate about. And then, we think that there should be a pathway for naturalization because currently refugees do not have one, even if it's through intermarriage with Kenyan citizens. So there needs to be a process for naturalization. It needs to get started. Thank you so much. Sorry for going over.
Thank you. No problem. I think the nervousness is because there was a lot of wisdom that was brewing, and you can see they have much to share. But we also need to have the other side of the conversation, isn't it? We need to hear from the policymakers. What do they make out of all this? But for that, I would want to seek your indulgence. We were supposed to end at 1 p.m. And I know I am the one standing between you and lunch, a very sumptuous lunch, so I'll need to borrow maybe 25, 30 minutes of your time, kindly? No? And also apologies, just trying to think ahead. Perhaps we may not have a Q&A as was the case in the panel before. So what I would encourage you to do, I want to piggyback on the nice sticky notes that Patrick has shared. If you have any burning questions, please include those in the sticky notes, and then I will negotiate with the next panel to see whether some of those questions can be included. I'm sure all the panelists will be here. You will be here until the end of the day to answer those questions kindly. Thank you. So let's move to the policy discussion side of things. And I want to start with you, Douglas, as you insist me calling you. I know my law professor would shudder if I did that. Maybe just reflections generally. What key learnings are coming out of this, and essentially how you interact with the critical actions. Yes, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Usually in meetings like this, I start with a caveat. Because I'm a judge, what I'm going to say is not the position of the judiciary of Uganda. So if there are any journalists with their pens here, they can come down. But also to say that I have one leg in academics, so I'm familiar with the data speaking, algorithms, etc. So I'm going to spread my mind. One critical thing I'm going to talk about is segmented in two parts, the broader picture and the smaller picture. Let me start with the broader picture. Human beings, unlike plants, must move in order to eat. For as long as you curtail the movement of human beings, they will die. So there is a compelling call to let refugees access documents in order to move, in order to eat, in order to survive. As a policy discussion point, that's one. Number two, regional governments, regional host countries should know that they are not doing charity per se when they host refugees, when they make the lives of refugees comfortable, but there is an economic benefit in hosting these refugees. Why? Just yesterday, Sudan had skilled doctors, engineers, lawyers, accountants. In a day, boom, Khartoum was gone. Where did these skilled people go? Ethiopia, Uganda, Kenya. If you don't strategically tap into these talents, who is likely to grab these people? Canada, UK, America, South Africa. Yet these are our people that we trained. So in terms of broader policy thinking, we must look at the economics of facilitating these skilled people. Am I now clear? Let me start now. The small things. So the overall picture is that yes, refugees are, there are a number of barriers on refugees and access to justice. But that is what we see, and that's what I call visible vulnerability, if we speak in terms of feminist legal theories. But they are the unseen barriers, and that's why we talk about women, children, disabled refugees. What interventions are needed, for example, by courts, by judges, to make sure that those vulnerabilities that are unseen are actually seen in order to be addressed. The key intervention tool is an ID. Let me play it back. As a judge, the key tools that we deal with are the laws and the policies. So I don't make policies, but I improve on a policy. So once I see that in a country's policy or legislation, there is a missing provision in terms of this ID, which is important for this refugee to move, it can have a positive contribution to the way I reason in my decision. Now, what are these small barriers that we need to break down? Number one, the legal barriers, which everybody has talked about, and the status barrier, which everybody has also talked about. But there is also the social and gender barriers, which we have again talked about, and the economic and financial barriers. How then do courts break through those barriers in order to facilitate access to justice? Again, we go back. Just give this refugee a document. He will access a bank and resolve a commercial dispute in court. Because if I don't have status as a refugee, how can I bring my case to court? If I don't have a status to indicate that I'm a disabled person, how can I challenge a decision of a host country for not taking care of a disabled woman? If I don't have an ID to show that I'm pregnant, or I expect to have a child in maybe 9 months, how will I go to court and claim my right as a pregnant woman? So status law is very important. Now, the last barrier, which is really playing into our hands, is the capacity to manage these numbers because of the ever-increasing populations of refugees. So that's one reality. The other reality is, institutional. We are talking about Nairobi County. We are talking about KCCA. And in terms of Ethiopia, I'm familiar with the Ethiopian, institutional arrangements of governance, the wealthy. Now, who has the competence to manage refugees in Kampala? Fortunately, our Honorable Lord Mayor is a lawyer. He's here asking about what policy interventions he needs to make, but he needs to go back to the Constitution to ask, by the way, as a mayor of Kampala, do I have the competence to manage refugees? Do I have a budget to manage refugees? Play it back to Kenya. Someone talked about my interest in devolution, decentralization. Are the roles of the national government and the roles of the county government of Nairobi clear in terms of refugee management? In Addis Ababa, don't even go there because wealthy is nowhere. And yet they are hosting a lot of refugees. So that is one segment of the weakness that I called institutional weakness. The other one is individual weakness. In these institutions, there are people. Someone talked about Changwari before. I was appointed a judge. I was a secretary to the Commission of Inquiry into Land. For the reasons I've already given, I don't even want to disclose what we established. But what was clear was that people who are responsible for the management of refugees are extremely corrupt. They don't care. They manage these refugees as if it is a cash cow. So institutional weakness, individual weaknesses. The last point I wanted to talk about weaknesses, state weaknesses. In terms of policy configuration, which I started with, nobody understands the possible benefit that arises from these refugees. Rather, as the Commission of Refugees was, speaking, he talked about why World Bank is not enhancing the budget of Uganda to manage refugees. Wait a minute. What is the state of Uganda doing in terms of budget allocation to manage these refugees because of the potential benefits? And I'm continuing with my caveat, by the way. I'm speaking not as a judge here, So, what then is the role of organizations here? What can you do? What can World Bank do? What can county governments do? What can all you brilliant people do? You can do a lot. Even if you did something small, it will still be a lot. For me, what I think is critical that needs to be done is buy-in. Most of you organizations, I'm telling you, you are looked at by most of the policymakers with suspicion. Which interests are you representing? How about Kenya? That's why we are looking at World Bank for handouts. Yes, we have the ability to manage these refugees, but we don't have the will. I think the challenge is that we need to provoke all of you here to build on the momentum here so that the will is visible. How many minutes do I have? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Douglas will be here, and he will also be responding to the questions that you may have. So maybe next panelist, Rahel, for your intervention. Same set of questions. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Maybe the key learnings that can be taken from the research could be the observed limitations, the implementation gaps in providing access to legal identity and legal aid services, and we need to strategize and work on those things, as we've seen, and we need to address and reach to the invisible, that is legally invisible refugees in the urban areas, as has read from doctors' research. And an awareness creation program is needed on the identification statuses, identification opportunities that are available in the countries, such as our digital ID. And a focus needs to be given on the protection, especially the legal protection parts, as raised. And access to legal aid services needs to be facilitated through technology, and an awareness creation needs to be made on the available legal aid strategies that are in place, especially in Ethiopia. There is this national legal aid strategy that is in place and that has given inclusion to refugees to access such services. So we need to work on those things. In regards to enhancing access to legal identification and documentation, a refugee documentation service that is backed with a foundational ID system will be imperative. In regards to this foundation, in regards to implanting a foundational identification system, Ethiopia is implementing a national ID program, which has integrated the the refugee ID system with the national ID system. And it's paving a way for the availability, the inclusion of the refugees in accessing these digital identification services. Our national ID program is working, it's mandated to provide a foundational legal identity to residents including refugees. And it's working to enroll and provide a unique digital ID to unique digital ID numbers to all residents in Ethiopia. We are now striving to cover 70 million people's residents to be registered in the system by 2026. And we have integrated with various sectors. So with that integration, those that hold digital IDs will have access to those services, including the refugees. The law has backed up this this initiative with the program. The law has backed up this initiative, and on a practical level, this was realized on a tripartite agreement with UNHCR, RRS, and our program, National ID. And this tripartite agreement has included, has the objective to include all refugees and asylum seekers to get this national ID access and issue them with relevant credentials. And with this, Ethiopia has now realized to provide access to refugees and asylum seekers to documentations. And we were able to, with this system integration, we were able to address more than 700,000 refugees information with the digital ID system, and they were able to get the digital identification numbers. And in doing so, we have implanted different safeguarding mechanisms, especially these data protection safeguarding mechanisms. And with that, we were able to facilitate the integration, the inclusion of refugees in the system. We were able to promote refugees' access to services by private and public service provision institutions. As Mr. Antana has mentioned in the morning, they have started accessing these services. So they were also enabled to exercise basic rights. This will enable them to exercise basic rights, such as registration of marriage and divorce and other basic registration services. And also they will get access to authentication services. These authentication services will be realized through the integration of different systems, and such system will provide access to it. So from protection perspectives, this holding this digital ID will pave access to refugees to access financial institution services, such as banks, bank services, and also other social and public and private institution services. And this is anticipated to open the door for refugees and asylum seekers, economic and social integrations. Maybe in this regard, stakeholders in action could integrate to facilitate the implementation of such endeavors and a well-studied system-to-system integrations. I think this has shown us that this can be learned and to be worked on. Thank you.
Fresha, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Allow me to start by thanking IRC for inviting me here to be part of this great conversation. I think it's very hard to talk after my two panelists because they have said everything, but I try as much as I not to repeat what they have said. From the presentation, what I was able to pick is documentation. Documentation is such a big, big challenge, and as such, it becomes a justice issue. If it becomes a justice issue, as policymakers, how do we intervene or how do we ensure that we are able to mitigate this challenge? One of the suggestions that I would propose is, since we are all here as policymakers, is to advocate for the establishment of legal aid service organization. And I talk about legal aid service organization is state-funded legal aid organization. There will be the government responsibility to ensure that there's legal aid services, and by this will be enhancing access to justice. If the countries are hosting refugees, why can they not provide legal aid services? Through state-funded legal aid services, at least we'll have government committing to fund legal services. And through legal services, we'll be able to overcome some of the challenges. We'll be able to have representation for refugees. We'll be able to have creating awareness to the refugees on the laws that protect refugees, also creating awareness to relevant stakeholders that are there to facilitate refugee protection. And our starting point should be also to advocate for legal framework for those countries that don't have legal framework. I would say for Kenya, we are a little bit lucky because the constitution now shifted the responsibility of access to justice to the states and not to the non-state actors. I know that has been the practice. The non-state actors at the forefront in provision of legal aid services. For those countries, I'm aware Uganda, I don't know where, Judge, you are, but the last time I checked, you had a bill. I don't know whether it has become a legislation yet. If we have a framework that recognizes legal aid as a component of justice, then government will be able to committed to ensure access to justice and will be able to overcome some of the barriers in access to justice. I know refugees, they do not only have the challenge of documentation, but at times they also find themselves on the other side of the law. What happens to them? They are not in a position to engage advocates, and legal services are very exorbitant in Kenya. I don't know how the situation is in Ethiopia, but in Kenya, even for we Kenyans, it's not easy to afford an advocate. So through legal aid services, at least refugees will be able to get representation. For countries that have legal framework like Kenya, we still have a lot of work to do because the Legal Aid Act is not fully implemented, and as such, you are not able to, again, to effectively offer legal aid services to refugees. Those are my intervention. Thank you.
I think for Fresha, we will add lunch for you. You are well within the time proposed. So maybe one last intervention from a practitioner this time. Maureen, if you're in the room. Yes, just maybe in the next 3 or so minutes, just cover from what you've had here and based on your extensive work around strategic litigation, what are some of the things that you feel like we should prioritize here, and how do we move forward, and what are some of the gaps that still remain unaddressed? Over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Much has been said by the panelists, but one thing that I would like to add is most of the time there are regulations that support that are not directly govern the refugees, but are very important in the protection of refugees. And if I may give an example in Kenya, the Kenyan Immigration and Citizenship Act, which is the law that governs the issuance of work permit and also the access to citizenship, which is one of the things that refugee, if you've stayed in a country, for instance, there's that option for naturalization, or if you have been married to a citizen, then you are entitled to acquire citizenship by registration. And therefore, what the law does is that the law creates barriers sometimes creates barriers to access to either citizenship or even the work permit. For instance, when we've been told that it takes 6 to 4 years to obtain a refugee card, which means that for an asylum seeker within this period, you can only rely either on aid or you can rely on informal work. And when we talk of informal work, it means that there is exploitation, the pay is normally low, and therefore sometimes we need not just to look at the substantive legislations that that govern refugee, but other laws that have an impact on refugee protection but might have negative consequences. And therefore, to policymakers, I think it's time to look at these laws with the other stakeholders and review those provisions, and to researchers, just to look at the impact, just as the programmatic as was shown yesterday. Sometimes you set certain objectives, but then you realize that particular intervention does not meet the necessary results or the objectives that you sought to do. So therefore, it is important to even look at legislations and look at what is the impact. Is it serving the interest? Is it discriminatory to the vulnerable, such as refugees? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Somebody has whispered one burning intervention from Peggy. Yes, from the OPM,
yes.
If I'm not mistaken. That is the Office of the Prime Minister in Uganda.
Yes.
I think the conversation has generated a lot of interest from that front. So please welcome.
Right.
Maybe keep it short to 3 minutes because I don't want to be lynched because of lunch. Thank you.
If you had denied me my opportunity, I would have denied you lunch. So thank you. I'm called Peggy Ayesiga. I'm from the Office of the Prime Minister in the Department of Refugees. From the panel discussions, it's very clear that some of the practices that we're doing in Uganda are good but need to be improved. What do I mean? Registration through locational registration, because the Refugees Act in Uganda guarantees the right to movement in and out of Uganda and also the right to work. We have interoperability between the refugee database of the Office of the Prime Minister with other regulators of the banks, regulators of the communication industries, so SIM cards are accessed, and so that means also financial service providers, both tier 4 and lower, recognize refugee documents, and so we're trying to see that that's a way we can enhance financial access. We also have interoperability with the Social Security Fund. So if you're a refugee and you're in gainful employment, you're entitled to Social Security benefits until you leave the country, in which case you can then redeem them. We have fee-nil work permits for refugees, for the category of people who are registered as refugees, but unfortunately, this has not translated into higher applications for them, and yet we've seen that refugees need employment, and there are a number of refugees in employment anyway, but there doesn't seem to be a relationship between that and the number of refugees who are applying for work permits, so there's something there. Barriers in access to justice, of course, interpretation services, and the cost of legal services as well. But most importantly, that we need to, a nuance that I think needs to be said in this room is the complexity of handling GBV in the context of family matters. Because most of the remedies cannot be enforced by the state unless the family members then opt for those specific remedies. So that's I think, a nuance that I think we also need to appreciate. Yeah, enjoy your lunch.
Much, Peggy. And thank you for saving my neck. Unfortunately, I guess from I can see, I can feel Belinda's eyes burning in. Okay, just one more, then we close, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Tim. I'm called Betty Nasenja from the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration of Uganda. And I've been listening attentively since I came here. And I think she makes a very, very critical observation in this entire fight for solutions or search for solutions. I think there's not been a very good engagement between immigration authorities and maybe refugee NGOs or whoever is fighting for the rights of the refugees. There's a thin line between immigration and refugee management. And quite often, sometimes the objectives, they tend to be they conflict at a certain point. And I have not seen very, very good awareness creation to immigration authority when it comes to some of the solutions that we are talking about here. And it is affecting the implementation of some of the refugee management frameworks that you have. So as a take home, as a carry forward, as we search for solutions, for policy interventions, for research and all this, we need to focus a bit more on citizenship and immigration laws, on the immigration laws, on the practitioners of immigration. We look at, sometimes from what my Lord Justice talked about, there's suspicion, and therefore there's a lot of misunderstanding between the two areas. So we need to focus a bit here, engage more with each other, understand the point of view where immigration comes from and the point of view where refugee management comes from, and we get a middle ground. Therein, there are issues that need to be understood on either part. And you'll need to understand that immigration authorities sometimes are representing interests of the host communities or even state interests, which are not spoken out very clearly. So there's need for a lot of engagement with immigration authorities on the laws, for immigration laws, especially on citizenship. Their backgrounds in Kenya, in Uganda, and we know there are issues in this area. Naturalization of refugees. We've had legal cases, but you'll never see results in this area. Why do you think so? Because there's not been very good engagements with these authorities that are responsible for implementing, making administrative decisions, going through processes that will make it easy to find durable solutions for refugees. So as a take-home, let's explain some of these issues, where we come from for refugee management. Immigration is quite a very critical key actor in getting durable solutions for refugees. So let's start there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're missing out something very important.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. I stand guided. I think that's a very powerful point. And I think on that note, we would like to end. But it's not the end of the conversation, it's just the end of this panel, so that then we can go and recharge. But just a few thoughts based on what we've discussed now, just to frame some of the things that we'll be putting into those sticky notes. I think what I hear from particularly the policy folks, how do we present win-win situations or win-win agreements? So that also the state wins and the host community as well as refugees. And I think 3 key points. One, we need to understand how the evidence that we have presented here speaks to incentive structures of policymakers in the room. Number 2, I think even in terms of the accountability mechanisms, and I know, Douglas, you don't speak to the judiciary, but generally, how can we use some of this evidence to push forward strategic litigation, for instance? How can we say, look, IDP refugees in the camp earn less than those outside the camp, and this has a benefit to the state. And then how can we agree on real accountability mechanisms, so we have real conversations around what works and what doesn't. I think the rest have already been mentioned around access to justice, provision of legal aid, legal services, inclusion, elements around disability and language, access to courts themselves through mobile courts, as it were, elements around legal identity. I think this came out very, very clearly in the Kenya presentation around bureaucracy, registration, who files staying in one location or the other. So all that needs to be addressed. And I think also the sort of underlying theme is, we also need to, particularly also programmers, policymakers, we also need to invest a bit more in monitoring. Merely because somebody has an ID doesn't mean that they have access to a certain right, correct? Yeah, you don't want to say it loudly because, but that's a fact. So we also need to track and understand, to what extent do these documents provide access. And then lastly, around coordination. How do we engage with the government? And I think the brilliant point from Beatrice, I believe, Betty, I am so sorry, Betty. How do we support vertical integration in terms of, mayors, county governors, and so on, and the national government, as well as horizontal ministries and departments such as immigration and refugee affairs. So thank you very much. Apologies because I see there are a lot of hungry faces in the room. Allow me to conclude this matter there, and please assist me in appreciating this wonderful panel here as I hand it over to Belinda. Thank you so much.
You know, I was just thinking the next time we convene an activity, if we'll have willing moderators, because the moderators are having, I think they're experiencing a heavier duty than we explained to them. But yeah, please clap for Andrew. He's really tried to manage the time. Thank you so much, Andrew. Please come again when we do invite you. Yes, and we're also learning a lot about how to structure our next conversation, because there's a lot to say and a lot to discuss. Thank you so much for your indulgence. As he requested, we know we are at 1/2 the lunch hour, so we'll try to see how to end in time, because we do want our guests to experience Nairobi after the session today, so we'll try to make sure we still end at their agreed time. So we do have lunch that is already served for us. It's at the same place as yesterday. That's at the first floor. We do not need vouchers today, so just walk in. We've become residents, so just walk in and say you are with the IRC World Bank team. I did want to just announce something about horizontal integration. We have, our distinguished guests from the governments of Ethiopia, Uganda, and Kenya. And one of the things that we do want to provide is cross-learning with the peers from the 3 governments. So what we've done, I see a lot of nods. We would like you to continue the friendships that we know are already existing, build new ones as well, and what a better way to do that if not over a meal, the African style way. So you'll see some tables marked for policymakers. Please try to make sure you're not sitting with your fellow Ethiopian, Ugandan, or Kenyan policymaker. It is just to mix and match so that you can do some learning and reflect on what you want to come and tell us when we come back. We want you to give us some homework to go and work on, as well as tell us the homeworks you're taking with you. So you will see those tables marked. Please sit with your fellow policymakers. With that, please do enjoy lunch.
We want to start. We're not so good with the timing. And karibuni sana. Take a seat if you still don't have one. So I wanted to just do one thing, 1 minute before, so that we all bring our minds here. We're going to have very nice, powerful conversations after this, and have time to be able to interact more. So I want all of us to stand up. Just stand up. Thank you so much on that corner. I can see you on this other corner. I know we've greeted each other, and you know who's sitting next to you. I wish we had a different seating, but it's fine. I wouldn't do that. But I want you to do what I say, okay? Do what I say. Who remembers my name? Someone say Andira. So you do what Andira says, okay? So Andira says, touch your head. Someone is not doing it. Okay. Andira says, don't touch your head. Andira has not said that. I just say you say what Andira says, okay? Andira says, jump. Andira says, jump. Don't jump. Did Andira say that? Andira say, touch your table. Andira says, touch your table again. Do not touch your table. Thank you very much. I think for those who were listening very keenly, Andira did not say not to touch your table. Andira says, sit down. Thank you so much. I want to usher in the guys for the afternoon because we're not good with the timing. So please, welcome. Brian, where are you? Karibu sana. And I'm going to be very strict with time. So, asante.
Can you all hear me? Great. Good afternoon. Hope you're all feeling energized after that refueling, after visiting the fuel station. So I want us to now, I want to bring you along, let me rephrase, to this session where we're talking about access to social protection. We've structured this session in two. I'll do the bit of scene setting, and then my colleague will come and talk to a few distinguished experts that we've invited to help us unpack this subject. And obviously we shall have the audience to feed into the discussion as we go. Why am I doing the scene setting? It's mostly because we are talking about a subject that may not be as familiar to all of us. Of course, depending on your background, whether you directly work with the subject or not, there are some elements of what should be social protection or what should not be. So I'll at least try to tell you how we understand it, and then you can move along with us as we go through this. So I have a couple of slides to take us through. I'll try to make it quick so that, again, just to set the ground, and then my colleague will pick up from there. Oh, I didn't introduce myself again. Of course, I was here yesterday. My name is Brian. I work with the IRC and closely with the Rebuild team. Okay, I'm intentionally calling it joint reflections because I know there are many experts on this subject in the room. So, really taking us through the basics.
how do we understand social protection? It's really about, we are talking about a whole range of initiatives or a whole range of interventions, public, private, formal, informal, that are trying to address these three core areas, you know, to provide, you know, to the poor or marginalized, to protect those groups of people from risks, and to enhance, most importantly, their social status and rights. Of course, with the objective of reducing economic and social vulnerability of those groups. Obviously, I'm not listing any of the displaced populations that we've been talking about since yesterday, but you can obviously see that they fall under those groups that we are trying to talk about. I'm picking from Devereux, which is the widely used definition, and I like that definition myself. This is all underpinned by the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, so it's a human rights issue we are talking about when we talk about social protection. There are so many ways that you can really categorize what belongs to social protection or what doesn't, but I really like this framing that really looks at interventions around you know, preventing or averting deprivation, protecting, you know, meaning that deprivation has already happened, how we try to course correct, promoting and enhancing the rights and status, but also transformation, which is really now going to the higher goal that we're trying to achieve. And I'm trying to, you know, you can see a lot of interventions we do. So in the preventive, all elements around insurance, around, you know, even, yeah, responsive cash transfers. For some of you in the climate space, you know how we do anticipatory cash, and all those elements could be around the whole preventive area. Protective is still we use cash, unconditional or conditional, mostly unconditional because it's really around, you know, providing relief. But promotion, then you can bring in a little bit of, you know, conditional cash and many other skills training, everything we've been talking about. And it can go all the way to transformative, where we look at now a systems approach to preventing some of those risks. For people who work with a graduation approach, you'll see elements of that, you know, built in this kind of structure. Of course, ILO has built a framework around those, trying to show us and demonstrate how the different elements link to each other, all building towards the, you know, the long-term goal of having these transformative actions. And again, it's basically just sharing them and putting them in a way that is easy to interpret. Of course, in other schools of thought, you know, they normally talk about contributory or non-contributory social protection, but basically it's about whether you have to do something to receive the service or not. Of course, I have some disclaimers at the bottom here. We always say non-contributory is really you don't have to do anything to get it, but of course, public works or, you know, cash for work, whatever, can also belong under non-contributory, although, for example, for public works, you have to give your labor before you receive the service. But generally, anybody can qualify so long as you are part of that vulnerability group. And of course, social transfers, again, we call it non-contributory, but there can also be some bit of conditionality. For example, school feeding. You have to be going to school before you get the feeding, you know, and elements of that. And why are we talking about social protection? Obviously, it's for the main reason that it's recognized that social protection is a key pathway to resilience. And this is all underpinned by different frameworks and agreements and commitments, right from the Sendai framework on DRR, the strategic development, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. ILO has a whole agenda discussing this subject. So really it's a clear pathway to resilience and ultimately self-reliance that we've been talking about. I specifically highlight GIZ because I think they are doing a lot of work in this space, and you know, they are highlighting it as a key to nurturing resilient societies. So if you are to bring along everybody, then there has to be elements of social protection to make sure that nobody is left behind. And of course, yesterday we were talking about social cohesion. there is an element that links to social cohesion, and this is literature-based. Sorry, I didn't quote where it's coming from, but yes, if you bring everybody together, then obviously that will drive social cohesion, and there's a lot of evidence on that. Am I? So I want to try and paint a picture in some of the countries that are represented here, or at least the focus of this discussion. And this is picked from the social protection platform run by ILO. So if we have colleagues from ILO, you take blame for anything that is misrepresented here. I'm just picking from there to the slide. So, and if you want to read, you can actually check. But I think I missed a slide. Did I? Yes, I think. My head told me I could have. Oh, why is it pausing to show? Sorry, give me a moment. Oh, God. Okay, I mean, briefly, I wanted to just show how wide social protection coverage is globally, and this is, again, based on the fact, on the percentage of the population that are covered by at least one social protection benefit. So you see globally, I mean, how blue it is shows there are more options, and of course, it fades down, and you'll see most of our countries are rather in the pink, showing that really coverage is a big problem in most of our countries. So basically, that's the message I wanted to show. So talking about Ethiopia, a lot is going on. And here, the social protection platform is only covering the formal, the formal social protection programs. But there's a lot that is, or what is being done by the government. So everything done by non-state actors is not captured on this platform. So whatever you and me are doing, you will not find it here, but at least I wanted to paint this picture so we know that governments are really trying to do something. So policy-wise, Ethiopia is good. There are a lot of programs, school feeding, there is contributory social insurance for public servants, and employees from private organization, a nationwide community-based health insurance, also covering quite a number of people. But still, with all that, we still have a problem, again, of coverage. Only 7.4% of the Ethiopian population is covered, way below the African average, which is 17%. So I think that is something to note. But definitely the aspiration is big, as you can see. Yes, there is intentionality, and the government has committed to expand these programs to cover, especially the urban. We're talking about urban refugees here. So there is intentionality to open it. The urban SoftNet program, productive SoftNet program, should be PCNP, sorry, not that, to expand health coverage, including different groups, but also to extend the social insurance, which is positive, but still slow. Kenya, same. I underline the word proactive. We need that all the time. So yes, that's how it's quoted. Based on the legal environment, is quite good. Sorry, I think this was supposed to be my next slide. I was supposed to start with this one. Yes, Kenya policy is very good. Trying to adapt most of the schemes to cover, formal and informal economy, cover different groups. Most of it is contributory, meaning you either have to contribute to the National Health Insurance Scheme or the National Social Security Fund. But of course, there is interest to expand that to also cover the informal. There is a universal social pension for persons over 70, and also another non-contributory program for orphans, drought-affected, people with severe disabilities, etc. But obviously not covering a huge population. And of course, a program for workers in the informal economy. Gosh, I think I'm really failing at this technology. Anyway, let's go to Uganda. It seems it will. So Uganda, policy-wise, under the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, very good. NSSF is the biggest mechanism there. There is a senior citizens grant scheme as well, which is also covering some of those needs. Very little money, it can be expanded, it can expand coverage, and there are issues around coordination and getting all groups involved. And of course, in terms of priorities, is how to expand scope and get the different groups also involved. But I wanted to get to this finally. So of course, we've seen that the biggest goal is really to make sure that our social protection, where it exists, it covers everybody that is deemed risky. Depending on different vulnerabilities, especially where we have unseen vulnerabilities, as the Justice was saying in the last session. So really we need to, as we discuss this subject, let's think about existence is one thing, but access for the different groups is another issue. While, of course, addressing one of the key underlying barrier that we see across the three countries. The intention is there, but funding is quite constrained in most of them. So how do we come in, you and me, who are working with other non-governmental organizations or civil society to really support these processes so that we can have wider coverage and have everybody reached. So to do that, we have a wonderful panel of experts, and at this point I want to invite my colleague to carry on the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. Brian has set the scene for us, and based on that particular last slide, what comes to our mind is that when we look at the various adaptive strategies that we use when we have either lack of social protection schemes or inadequate social protection schemes, then cash transfers are actually a very popular way of trying to see how we can be able to elevate some of this particular suffering. The question is, are they sustainable? Are they suitable for us? I have a team of panelists who have done research about cash transfers and therefore will be joining us. And so they will unpack to us in terms of what they embarked to do, what they found, and what recommendations they have for all of us in reference to aspects of social protection. And so I will invite to the stage. So we have Peter Moraya, a research consultant. His research focuses on integrating climate change adaptations into safety nets to enhance livelihood resilience, particularly emphasizing on addressing climate and disability costs. So welcome, Moraya. We equally have Antonio. Antonio is a researcher focusing on understanding socioeconomic conditions of vulnerable groups and improving livelihood for displaced communities in East Africa. Welcome, Antonio. Then we have Emmanuel Rukondo. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. A development economist working on health, agriculture, social protection, and labor markets in Africa. Welcome, Emmanuel. Then we have Melvon Hitton, the country director for impact initiatives in Uganda. And impact initiatives have been carrying various assessments through the REACH initiatives in Kampala since 2017. And now I have the privilege of hiding behind this particular podium as they take us through the next sessions. So as highly alluded to, the team will take us in terms of what their research was all about, what they found, and they will be more specific in terms of what we need to do. What is it that policymakers need to do? All looking at aspects of sustainability, all looking at aspects of cost, because as Brian has said, we have less funding. So how do we make this sustainable, even as we look at aspects of integration? And so we will begin with Peter, who has done a paper on influence of drought on livelihoods, adaptive strategies of refugees with physical disability in Kakuma refugee camp.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. My research focused on how refugee youths with physical disabilities are adapting to drought. So many people may perceive Kakuma or other refugee hosting places are not faced with climate change, but they are really faced with climate change. So what caught my attention and what led to my recommendation on social protection was how social protection was used. Social protection, specifically social assistance, was used to adapt livelihood to increase resilience. So some of the effects of drought, for example, are water and livelihoods. And for water, for instance, increases the additional cost, while the impact on business reduces the cost available. So these two types of cost integrate with the disability cost, which mostly goes unseen by many people. So another thing is that refugee youths with physical disability comes from poor families within the refugee community. And that arose the question of how are they protected. At the moment, they are protected by humanitarian aid, which is a form of social protection. I think it's not yet fully formal. That is, it's not integrated into government systems, national government systems. So my recommendation was, so before I go to the recommendation, this humanitarian aid as a form of social protection helps at the higher level of enhancing resilience of livelihoods of refugee youths with physical disability. That is in, for example, restocking. You can imagine a person being given cash in form of humanitarian aid to support or to help him achieve his basic human rights, and end up using the same on livelihood, that is to restock their livelihood. And we can talk of response and recovery. We can also talk of transformation in form of using social protection, either cash or in kind, to diversify their livelihoods. So my recommendation, I had one recommendation, and that one recommendation, I'll further break it into two. That is integration, that is integration of social protection systems within the refugee camps into national social protection policies. Why do I say this? Let me take an example. I corrected my data in July this year, and by the time of data correction, Bamba Chakura in Kakuma was not provided by then, and they said since January they had not received it. So that means denied human rights to them, at least right to eat, because they could skip meals as a coping measure. So integrating the existing protection measures into national social protection policies would mean an assured social protection or safety net. That is, it will never be delayed, it will never be denied, but it will always be present to meet their basic human right needs. Secondly, I focused the second part of that recommendation into the disability cost. That is having disability inclusive social protection framework. A disability inclusive social protection framework will take into account the disability cost. I want to give a practical example. Assume I had to climb 3-5 steps here, up here, I would have someone to carry me up here, and I would pay them to carry me up here. So that is a disability cost. While other people would not need that, for me, it will be a requirement. So that's a disability cost. Disability cost usually are in form of direct, indirect, and opportunity cost, which need to be considered in the integrated social protection frameworks. The other part is concerning droughts, climate change, and climatic disasters. I would call for these social protection systems. I know currently at national levels, something is being done. We move from responsive to more of growth-based social protection frameworks, such as adaptive social protection frameworks, which will consider basic rights and also developmental needs, as was the case for the participants I engaged in. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that. I think we are getting various takeaways that there is a need to integrate refugees without the national social protection platforms that exist. And I think these recommendations cuts across both in Kenya, in Uganda, and in Ethiopia for us to be able to have more aspects of sustainability. And how interesting to look at it. It's actually, we have disability costs. So when we look at it, we begin asking the questions, how do we even reduce the elevations of this? I think more conversations should be what particular issues lead to disability costs. And therefore, how can all of us be able to reduce those kind of aspects? Emmanuel has equally done a paper that is closely related to that. And he's looking at cash transfers amidst shocks. And so it will be interesting to also get what he found and what is the recommendations that we need to take away from this.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I'll talk about work that we've done in, completed a couple of years ago, 2022, and there are 2 papers published. I think they're going to be available on the website, and you can check them out. So this is work that is on a program that Give Directly was doing Kiriandongo refugee settlement in Western Uganda. And Kiriandongo refugee settlement is a full settled settlement. So it's no longer receiving any more refugees. And the refugees who are hosted there, most of them have been there for more than 15 years. So it's a settlement for protracted refugees. And so Give Directly started a cash transfer program in 2019, before COVID. And the idea was to do one thing. What they were testing is, would you prefer to get $100 every month for 10 months, or you prefer to get $1,000 at once? And what does, how would that affect the operations of the organization, of the provider to create that infrastructure? How would it affect the community on where $1,000 per household comes at the same time? And also how would that affect outcomes at the household level? And so at first it wasn't a very easy program to design, partly because Kiriandongo district was worried about $10 million coming into a refugee settlement all at once. The program was trying to give every refugee household, that's about 11,000 households, about $1,000. So within COVID, so we had to realign the priorities to think about COVID as a shock. So we kind of had unfortunate opportunity to think of another dimension of understanding how the impacts would be. What happens when social protection essentially is supposed to be protecting you from the shock? So you can think of, you have a shield, so it's a shield. once the arrow hits you, it's no longer social protection, it's coping, because you've already been affected. And so the idea is then to think of COVID as a shock, and then the transfer as a way to anticipate how the effect of the shock can be reduced or can be stopped. And then, so instead of giving a one-time cash transfer, the organization realigned that to 3 tranches of $400, $500, and $200 at the end. The other thing is, how do you cover 11,000 households at once? And this is some of the question I think many people in the room ask themselves about how do I exclude, how should I exclude a control group? So you're running an RCT. I was talking to someone at lunchtime, he's like, I don't like control groups because that means I am effectively denying a service to some people, which is to some extent true. So how do you stop disenfranchising a group of people just because you want to do a good measurement? And so what we did was to create cohorts, enrollment cohorts. In the end, all the 11,000 households receive a transfer in different times within a period of 1 year. The findings are pretty robust. We've published 2 papers out of that, like I said. Increases in consumption, increases in asset holding, and something interesting on asset holding. What do refugees invest in? We found that refugees invest in 2 things: housing. In refugee settlements, UNHCR provides tarpaulins and some tents. Once the individuals have $1,000, what do? They actually build a house and put a roof. So they transit from a more temporary housing to a more semi-permanent housing. The next thing they do is they rent more land. So refugees have a plot of land in Uganda, but they can rent out land and expand on their agriculture. And those who don't rent out a land, they actually go to Sudan. Half of the refugees, I think about maybe 70% of refugees in Kiriandoga are from South Sudan. So what they do, they travel back to South Sudan and they buy land.